your pencils ready, let's start the show. Travel draws here, time to let it flow. We'll sketch and laugh, won't you come along? With every stroke we'll sing our song. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone. From silly doodles to masterpieces bright, we'll make something special day and night. Colors explode with each new design. In Travel draw, it's always fine. Travel draw, let your imagination soar. Travel draw, bring art to every door. No need to be perfect, just have some fun. Travel draw for everyone. So grab a brush or a pen or a crayon. Make a mark any way you can. In this world of shapes and lines, we'll see creativity shine.
The following is opinion-based, based on my own experiences in life. It is in no way designed on the target to attack anyone and is open to your own interpretation. We allow all people to respond and share their opinions here as well. All by no means is meant to do hurt or instigate harm to others. Violence and doxing is not only not cool, it's a crime. Seriously, don't be that jerk. Second time I have to bring out that intro. The disclaimer. Yeah, we're gonna be touching upon the subject. I'm gonna be using my own opinions in a lot of this. And people aren't gonna like some of the opinions. They're gonna absolutely despise me for some of the opinions. But we're gonna be covering things that are a bit raw, a bit touchy. I literally was doing the stream Sunday saying, hey, I don't know what I'm going to cover. And all of a sudden, the Cinder stuff is coming out. I already knew about the Kirsch stuff, okay? I was like, it's not really enough to make a full stream. But the Cinder stuff, oh boy. So we're going to cover those, as well as talk a little bit about Nux in here as well. So we're going to be talking about him as well. I have my opinions, and some of them are good, some of them are bad. Hey, but we're going to spend the first hour on just the Cinder information. So, for those who don't know, Cinder, a very, very, very prominent VTuber in the communities, an indie VTuber, which is kind of sucks, because in the past we've kind of talked a little bit about, corporate VTubers, and by the end of the night we will be talking about one corporate VTuber because we've got an extra drawing tonight. And in that case, it's not for it's sad reasons, but it's not bad reasons behind that one. And some of y'all can probably guess who that is that we'll be talking about later. But the Cinder thing, I will acknowledge, up until Sunday, I didn't know who the hell Cinder was. I knew about Bao, I knew about Shy Lily, I knew about Silverveil, people that are involved in this situation. And we will be talking about Bao and her problem, that on this end, that she is totally, totally not at fault for. And we need to make sure we treat her the proper way. She is absolutely the victim in all this. But Cinder, to say things in the world, you have to have some entitlement when you do any kind of production. Doesn't matter if it's VTubing, doesn't matter if it's art, doesn't matter if it's acting, doesn't matter, whatever. The way to get around in life is to be, a little self-promoted and a little ugly about things. But there's a point of toxicity, and in the case of Cinder here, she went well beyond toxic. She went nuclear. And a lot of this is basically the accusations, and I'd like to say just accusations, even though a lot of this is confirmed by a lot of VTubers, particularly Silverveil and Shy Lily. Flat out have confirmed this, and Bao has confirmed the tragedy she's gone through with this. But we're going to be talking about betrayal. Now, I have experience with betrayal myself. I'm not going to really talk about the betrays in my life. But I mean, it is the pinnacle of Mai, the character in the blue hair on the side corner, in Demon Blade, is all about betrayal. And in a way, Bao got it a lot worse in my opinion. To do the fictional, oh, they ripped your heart out concept that Mai goes through physically in the comic, Bao's heart definitely was ripped out in this. She's going to have a hard time trusting. And I feel sorry for her deeply. I really do. And we'll talk about that later. But Cinder, so essentially what she has done is they had an artist friend or artist that they commissioned and had them help out with work by the name of, let's see, Nanolis. One of the most talented VTuber artists out there is Nanolis. And with Nanolis, they kind of basically tried to do shady means to make them exclusive, but not pay Nanolis exclusivity. Exclusivity comes at a very important rate with someone when you do artwork and whatnot. You have to pay a contract. You have to submit to, oh, I'm going to pay X amount to that artist for a certain amount of art to be released. It's more than just a commission. So commission, I do couple years in here and there, and it's basically, I go into an agreement with the person. They say they want this drawn out to be done, this way, to make it look this kind of like this style. So I'll use a current example. I'm currently making an independent films movie poster, and the creator wants me to do it sort of like the old 80s movie posters where it's sort of like painterly. But it has the realistic tone. So it takes a lot to do that kind of stuff. But this is for just a very small direct video release from independent creators. And so I have my rate. I gave them my rate, and we're working with that because they've got a special rate because they're friends. But for that, what's being done. But at the same time, it's a commitment to do that work. And it's going to take time and effort, and I don't really, I can't sit by and be like, oh, well, this is going to be, something that I can't go and take other commissions. That's part of the reason why we haven't been taking commissions for a little while. There's another reason why I haven't been taking commissions, and it's probably going to change soon, probably. Because we need to bring in some income, and commissions are going to probably be opening up on my end for that. What we have to do is figure here is basically commissions from Nanolis for a model equates to probably 15 to 20,000 a model, VTuber model. Now, I do my own model. I'm my own artist, creator, and whatnot. We use Vroid simply because I don't know rigging. If I did, I'd probably be using Livestream. But essentially, the model we have here, I 100% designed, drew, brought to life, and whatnot. And there's, elements I can't technically show because the software I use doesn't let me. Let me see if I can. alter my form at least. You'll see my buttons here. Let's see. Range? No. No, we can do a little bit of range. We can do a smooth. Well, smoothing's not going to do any things. Let's see. I want to try and see if I can get a zoomed in position here. Maybe not. Okay. We'll use the spec sheet. How about that? We'll bring up the see if I can bring up the spec sheet in Clip Paint here. So when a professional does a model, sorry about that, I'm hitting the mic, but when a professional brings in and does a model, it takes time. To design the model I'm currently working on, it took me about 3 days of drawing, non-stop, to design and everything. And there's little details you guys cannot see in this model. Let's see here. Just trying to open it properly and find where I put the damn thing. All right. Well, that's the 3.0, 3.2. Let's do the... Okay, we're going to use the older model. So, you guys don't know, there are vents on the back of this model. If I could circle, I can't circle the entire model around with the software. These vents are still there. They're little tiny vents that are there, little exhaust vents. That's on the physical body of the model. There is, let's see. I mean, this is the original model. So this is before anything was functioned. There's the plug. Sometimes it's shown in the past, sometimes it's not. On the screen right now, you cannot see it, but it's there. It actually is set up there. There's, you know, lower sections and whatnot. So the model has functionality that's not there. Oh, and you guys are seeing, yes, it's Guro we're talking about later. We're going to be doing a Guro piece. I'm not even liking what I'm sketching out here so far. When we talk about doing a model and to the nth degree that Nano does, you are talking about tiny details layered with each kind of different kind of link to it, to movement and how it goes and moves and flows as the model moves, different emotions and whatnot. My model's probably about $100 and some bucks worth of work. A Nano model, like I said, is about in the 20,000s. It's a lot of detail. I can only imagine how long it takes her to create one. Probably a better part of a month to do something like that. Because you want all the tiny details to work. I mean, heck, I got little tiny details on the outfit I'm on. You can see the tears in the what was supposed to be a torn up t-shirt. The concept is a android with punk abilities, a little bit towards ninja punk, but punk nonetheless. That was the idea and the concept for this. Now, knowing that, you had Sender basically want to say, oh, well, I want you to make basically models for me and only me. And she's going to say, and she does say in her own apology, which has been called out, that it wasn't her, it was her boyfriend / manager. I am not in the industry. I am an independent. I don't have a manager. I am my own manager, and it means I suck at my job because I don't get promoted that much. But the fact of the matter is when you have a manager, work-life should be separate, and it wasn't in this case. And a lot of times in Hollywood, a lot of times in production, a lot of times in Vtubing, the problem usually comes about of, oh, well, they had a manager or were with a manager and they were in a relationship. And I'm not saying it can't work out, but usually the interest changes when relationships are involved. Doesn't matter, you know, what they're into or whatnot. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna sketch out the layer or the layout here for this one. Let's see. No. That's not gonna work. Bit different for me doing a sketch out layer on a stream for one. So when you have a relationship conflicting, which is the case of what Cinder did, and what the whole Cinder situation is, and we'll read it verbatim in a minute here. But why am I trying to do a face on? I don't know. They essentially are. See, I'm not focusing too well on my art either today. They're focusing basically to what the person that they have romantic interest in doing. I gotta turn the AC on. That's probably what's causing the problem. So basically, you had the manager redacted, which I can't argue. My name's I don't know. My name's a play on words. Their name's a play on words. I can't really say nothing there. So yeah, when you talk about a situation with someone in the case of redacted, where they verbally got demanding and abusive of what was needed. But when you have someone like Cinder, who's basically like, oh, it's all his fault, except for, you know, you could see an endless dump of information and posts that, no, Cinder was in conversation. She knew very well that what was happening because she was there to support it. And basically, they're strong-arming Nanolis to just be a solo Cinder artist. To the point of telling them not to work with Silverveil. And it was redacted in the notation. Silverveil's name was redacted. But Silverveil came out and said, oh, I know exactly who this is. It's me. And so Silverveil came out and said, hey, yeah, these people really scummily tried to take away this artist from ever doing work for me because they kind of wanted to do independent stuff. Then they get into the worst part of it. And you had a character, and I'm going to use from another streamer, this concept. They basically came out and have for years been like, oh, my friends on Twitch. But just, here's the thing, it's an alienation. It's not, oh, thou and Shy Lily. No, it's not them. They're not referring it to them. They're just my friends. And I can't spell tonight, apparently. My friends. So that's how she would address each time in Twitter. Or even in her thumbnail, she kind of ironically, you know, had some very sketchy titles that kind of were a bit of a self-sabotage, you'd guess, where she's basically explaining what she needs or what she's doing, and she basically is saying, oh, well, I love my friends. Oh, I'm so much with my friends. When at the same time, she's basically shit-talking. And usually I don't like to swear on the streams because, well, I'm trying to be a little bit more family-friendly. But that's the best way to put it. It really is. This is still an adult stream, so we can still swear. So, yeah, she's going on and on and on about, you know, what actually she sees behind the thing. And then, I mean, people will be that way with their people, with their friends, but it's when you get to talking someone in person and being like that, that's something common and something that you need to do. It's a little bit disgusting. And more so when you kind of, there's shit talking in the sense of, oh, I'm, their hair is a mess, blah, 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 blah. And then there's being a total bitch. There really is. And in the case of Sin, it's being a total bitch. The woman basically complained that Bao, who's been a very successful VTuber, was taking up all the, time for the editing and the filming of things, and that they were being destructive towards their situation, making her do all the work being done for Bao and not for her. Essentially jealousy at play that needed to be going on. And for the concept of VTubing, especially where you're doing a group, which, and very much a way, Cinder worked with Bao and a few others in a group. They were a group of VTubers. I'm pretty sure now they are not a group. If they are still working with Sin, I don't know why they are. I know Sin saying she's no longer working with Red. I doubt it. I'm seriously pressing the doubt button on that one. But when you have situations with this toxicity, it's kind of hard for the person who's being toxic to really understand what they're doing that's destructive. And we're kind of seeing that right now with Sin. She doesn't understand what she is doing that's destructive. But Red is 100% in the wrong on this. They basically went about and told Nanolith, what they could do and what they couldn't do in work. And it's just wrong. It's just wrong. And then they canceled a $20,000, a $15,000 to $20,000 model that Bao wanted to be done by Nanolith because they wanted exclusivity. And it's ugly, it's betrayal, but it gets worse. And let's just go ahead and start into, so I'm gonna bring up the evidence here. So we've got this based off of Times of India. I don't know why Times of India was the first one to come up about this situation, but I used AI to try and help summarize this. So in late of April 2025, the VTuber community was shaken by a serious allegation against the prominent independent VTuber named Cinder. The controversy stemmed from the accusation by an artist, Live 2D modeler Nanolith, who released a comprehensive 19-page document detailing her claims against Cinder and her then manager, referred to as Redacted. The allegations included manipulative behavior, professional sabotage, and emotional abuse. Now, let's just state, it's redacted because you could be like, oh, well, they're keeping the name silent. No, that's the name they went by, Redacted. So I want to establish that. The name was Redacted, aka Red. Nanolith's document charged that Cinder, alongside with her manager, pressured her to avoid collaborations with other VTubers. Specifically, they warned against working with creators like Bao, labeling them as problematic. Additionally, the accusations included attempts by Cinder and Redacted to monopolize on Nanolith's artistic services without providing fair compensation. The document also claimed that they spread negative rumors about talents in VTuber community, accusing them of unethical practices, which included overworking their editors and stealing collaborators. Basically, I'm all for, if you want exclusivity to have an artist, that's fine. but to basically be like shit talk your competition, essence. I mean, it's not really competition. People, I'm not in competition with anybody here, okay? I'm not a threat to any of the freaking VTubing out there. But there is, you know, some people look at it like competition, and the more narcissistic that you are, the more you're going to see it as competition. And in the case of Cinder, she saw it as competition. In the case of Red, they saw it as competition. The community reactions were swift and intense. Val was named in the allegation publicly and expressed her feelings of hurt and betrayal, highlighting that she considered Cinder to be a close friend and was oblivious to the alleged sabotaging behavior occurring behind her back. I'm going to go into far more detail of what Val said later, but we'll go into that. Other influential VTubers, such as Madara Khan and Shy Lily, also came forward with their experiences supporting the notation of Cinder. I don't remember. Is Madara Khan the same Madara that just got axed by V Shoujo? I don't know. I mean, it seems weird that it just happened at the same time. If it is, I'm not familiar with, like I said, a lot. There's a ton of us VTubers out there, really are. A lot of it comes from anxiety. People don't want to put their faces out front. I've put my face out a few times, and I was gonna put my face out for tomorrow, but we're not doing that tomorrow because that stream got rescheduled for next week. But we'll talk about that later. So Madara and Shy Lily came forward with expressions and notations that Cinder and Redacted constantly engaged in toxic and exclusionary practices. Silverveil, another notable figure in the VTuber sphere, took to Reddit to reveal her own experiences and emotional manipulation inflicted by Cinder over the years, contributing further to the segment of disillusionment and preempting the community, fermenting the community, basically. As the backlash intensified, Cinder initially announced that Redacted would no longer manage her activities shortly after she released a public apology in which she took responsibility for... No, she did not. She threw Redacted under the bus. She did not take responsibility. If you actually read her apology, she did not take responsibility. She was trying to basically be like, it's not my fault, it's his! Oh, it's his! Now, you won't see him or hear him, so you just gotta take my word that he's not with me anymore. It's like, no. That, you need to properly apologize. You need to be sincere with your apology. You cannot be like this. This is corporate. This is a corporate apology. A corporate apology is crap. It's be like, oh, we're sorry we read this news story wrong. And what harm it did. Oh, shucks. It's not until, oh, look, I'm getting sued for millions of dollars that they're like, we're really sorry. Yeah, you're really sorry once the money comes into play. And Cinder, you're losing money, baby. Losing money hard. However, her defense largely rested on the argument that she was unaware of the fully incident of Redacted's misconduct. We already called that out. That in Nanolist's report, the 19-page document, there's clear evidence that Cinder knew. So, hers being like, I didn't know. It's bull. Casting yourself off as a victim of manipulation rather than a proprietor. The narrative was met with skepticism among many in the community, especially since evidence suggested Cinder had been directly involved with the communications, like we said, and that initiated much of the controversy, like we said. The repercussions of Cinder were immediate and damaging. Within a few days, she faced a substantial drop in her online following, losing thousands of followers on both Twitch and YouTube platforms. Further complicating the situation was significant erosion of trust. she had built with her audience and a few creators, leading many to question the future of her reputation-sensitive realm of VTubing. As Fallout continues to reverberate through the community, a long-term impact of Cinder's career remains uncertain, leaving the question of whether or not she can rehabilitate her image or regain her loss of trust. Now, I don't know anything about Cinder. Like I said, I didn't even know she existed until Sunday afternoon, and when all this I could see going down and was starting to learn about it. This is not her first rehabilitation. Bitch has done this before. So apparently she had a previous VTuber, she got in hot water, she got in trouble, she became Cinder. Now she's in trouble with Cinder. I guarantee you she's gonna rinse and repeat, because that's a lot of VTubers do this. If they have in trouble or they graduate, they'll do this. Fauna from Hololive had graduated a few months ago, and she's back as a new character. I think she just started. Since then, her friend Mume, who is also in her Hololive community, or what was council group, has been graduated just the other day, and now Gargora, the top VTuber, is retiring as well. It's up in the air on what they do, although there are hints that Galgora might return to a certain ad hominem independently. I don't know about Mume. I liked all three of them. I enjoyed all three of them. I didn't watch them that much, but I did watch them at times. I found them enjoyable, and we'll talk about them more when we get to Gura's art later. That we'll be doing. But did I do all that without having this appear on the screen at all? Apparently. Why did the web not appear at all? Properties. There you go. So you can see I didn't write this. This is 100% a proper news story here. And we'll go a little bit more into Cinder. See, like I said, Times of India is the top article. I don't know why Times of India is the top article on this. It really doesn't make any sense why Times of India is the top article when you're talking about something with an English VTuber in America doing this. Because this is an English VTuber. This isn't, some foreign VTuber. So, let's get back to the art, shall we? Let's actually try and do some of this art. So, when we talk about situations with narcissism, so we're gonna go in the psychology of this here. Narcissistic behavior is positive yet negative at all times. A narcissist can be very self-affirming. They can balance off against things like depression, anxiety, that kind of stuff a little easier than most people. And it helps them sort of have this strong sense of who they are and what they need to do. That's fine. But when you go too far with that, you get into the toxic relationship of a narcissist. That's when you end up with situations like Cinder, where you're basically destroying others' lives to be more you. And we see this a lot more with like Hollywood actors and actresses. We saw it a lot with the Rachel Ziegler scenario with Snow White, where why would anybody still watch a Snow White of 1930s versus the Snow White of current age, because it's so much better and it's woke and it's see, that's toxic narcissism. It's not just woke, it's toxic narcissism. She thinks she's better than what created an entire company. Because while Disney created themselves through animation beforehand, even before Mickey Mouse, it wasn't until Snow White that Disney really became a company. But when she goes in to does Snow White and does the live action, she's a narcissist. She brings her narcissism and it's like, I am so much better. And it's the same toxicity we see from a lot, particularly we see it from a lot of female actors over the males, but the males can also be that kind of way. And we see it a lot more these days with the internet, and people have this bit of narcissity about them, where they're like, oh, I'm so important, and my acting is so great. I'll use another example, recently. So, also during this weekend, we had the dinner of the news reporters in Washington, where they basically give themselves awards and pat on the back. Well, they gave an award to a guy who wrote about Biden's decline after he left office, which those that may know, there's several people on the right were writing about this for years beforehand. And then they gave and I called this. We had an entire stream. Let me pull up the exact thumbnail that we did. We had a stream where we talked about this, and I called it the photo of the year at that event. They stated was going to be a photo of Biden leaving the podium. To be like, that is such a powerful, powerful photo. We did a stream in August, or actually in July. Is this photo Pulitzer Prize worthy? That is the photo of the year. I don't care what, pat on your back news studios and articles and whatnot go about saying, hey, that this is the photo of the year. This is absolutely... But no. You had a man who was running for president who survived an assassination attempt, who showed bravado after being shot at. That is the photo of the year. That is a photo that goes down in history books. Not some guy going, walking away from the podium. That's not a photo of the year. That's a photo that happens every presidential election. Every presidential election. So it's frustrating, the narcissism of the news media doing that, playing out that thing is like, oh, we're gonna pat ourselves. Oh yeah, we did such a good job. Yes, we did. You didn't cover the story for years, man. You dropped the freaking ball. And it's so freaking absurd. And that kind of narcissism is hugely toxic. And it destroys viewpoint. It creates turmoil and deceit. And that's exactly what they did through that. And part of the reason we have such turmoil and deceit right now between different viewpoints is because one half of the media for years did not want to acknowledge what was going on. They were blind to it. And they told people, oh, well, it's a lie. That's the kind of crap you get this stuff. And that's what happened here with Cinder. She basically told people that Bao was this toxic person. That Bao was this hurtful person. Let's go into a bit about what happened with Bao. So, at the time this allegation was getting ready to be brought out by Nano, Bao had just been going through surgery. She has this issue with her periods that cause her to bleed out severely. She has severe, horrible periods. She announced or talked about this in her apology because she had to bring this up. It's like, this is why I was gone. This is why I was quiet. I wasn't. It's not me being ignored and ignoring you all. I'm in critical pain. I am suffering. I am medically going in for surgery. And then I find out that the person I trusted, the person I called a friend, betrayed me. Treated me like garbage behind my back. That is the kind of situation we're dealing with here. And it's heartbreaking. When you have a moment of betrayal that just sort of destroys your viewpoint of someone to the point where you feel just cheated at everything. It breaks you. It absolutely breaks you. And I mean, with that, I mean, honestly, this stream, I'm dedicating to Belle. I mean, she deserves all the love she can freaking get. She really does. Because to be put through this crap, to be manipulated and betrayed like this, it's horrific. It really is. And more so if you're going through severe traumatic pain or chronic pain. And I've talked about it on my stream several times. I have severe chronic pain. I have gastroparesis that is quite severe, and it causes problematic days. Today's been a problematic day. I've been out, though, and about. I had to get my car thoroughly, properly washed today, so I had to go out and do that, despite, you know, needing to run to the bathroom a lot and having, you know, a little bit of pain here and there. But it's doable. It's manageable now, because I've learned how to manage with it. Unfortunately, in Belle's case, she doesn't know how to manage with it yet. She's trying to deal with it and have a better time with what her problem is. But to come back from, you know, having surgery, having to go through, you know, what pretty much is just life crapping on you. And not in a way of, oh, you know, people are not there for you, you know, love it. It's not that. It's more, my own body is betraying me. And that is an element where it's like, it hurts. I need this to stop. I want this to stop. To come from that, to find someone you trusted while you were going through this mess was treating you like crap and abusing you and whatnot. It's just something that would destroy anybody. I don't care how strong you think you are when you go through something like that, and your belief in something. It doesn't have to be, you know, a person. It could be a thing. It could be, you know, an idea. And if the rug is pulled out from under you and you are betrayed, you are hurt and devastated and be like, what did I do wrong? Because you're going to go to inner reflection. You're going to be like, what did I do wrong? And in Belle's case, she didn't do anything wrong. She 100% was in the right for what she did. Cinder is a monster. In this case. She absolutely took her friend's sympathy, caring, and love and shat on it. There's no other way to put it. She took a big old dump on Bao's heart. And it's going to cause Bao to have trust issues. And I don't doubt it. And that's the heartbreaking point. I mean, it's to see it when it happens to someone, it's just heartbreaking. Now, if it were just one-on-one, if it just came out and this was just Bao finding out by herself and having no evidence, it'd be harder to believe it because we'd need evidence. But we have evidence in this. We know who's in the wrong here. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about who's in the wrong. It's Cinder. So, I mean, I really hope her career is just destroyed. And girl is cooking up some French fries at McDonald's in a few days because that behavior is inappropriate. It's inappropriate in a human standard, let alone in a business standard. And we're talking a business standard and someone that you call a friend, and to treat them like that is, you don't deserve friends if you treat them like that. It's just garbage. I have people that I call friends. We disagree on things. We absolutely disagree. We have the podcast, the Anime Anticlimax, well, which is Animation Anticlimax when we're coming back because we're doing Adventure Time. But I disagree vehemently on a lot of issues that Brandon and Jacob on the show with me do. I am of different viewpoints and different mindsets. They know it. We can agree and work with each other. It's not a problem. Do they shit talk me? Probably. I don't know. I don't care. I've developed a little bit of a thick skin when it comes to friendships. There's like, I'm very cautious. Once I get to know you a little bit better, I'll open up a bit more. But, I mean, it's because I've been burned. I've been hurt by people in the friendship. I talked about my case before of my sexual assault to me that occurred to me. The guy tried to gain my trust and then sexually assaulted me. And that breaks you. I mean, it really hurt me. Luckily, it hadn't really developed anything, so I was able to keep a clear head and be like, oh crap, this just happened. Let me get the authorities involved, and which I did, and that was that. I wish more occurred, but, these days, it's lucky to get police to do anything. So, hey, we'll see. But, as of right now, nothing's been done on that case. Now, when we talk about the victimhood of a narcissistic sort of damage that's done here, it really brings in that self-doubt a lot to the victim, and you could hear it in Bal's apology. The girl was crying multiple times through, and I mean like bawl your out tears in her covering the subject. I thank her for sharing that raw moment. I mean, she didn't need to share all the grueling details about, unfortunately, her surgery, but ye gods, I pray that something positive can come out of that for her so that she can heal up. But at the same time, she needs to look to other people that she knows she can trust. Family members, actual friends that are close to them. Internet friends, as much as it's nice to have some internet friends, and I have a few internet friends and people like chat with and whatnot, I don't have them in my life. They're not part of my life, so I don't. While I can be sympathetic with issues that they may go through, and they can be sympathetic with issues I go through, I don't look to them as the solution to dealing with situations when I'm deeply hurt or deeply victimized in something. And everybody is a victim at some point in time in their life. It's gonna happen. There are ways of being a toxic victim, and we can go into that in a different stream at a different time and go into what toxic victimhood is. Because that is a definite thing we need to talk about at some point. In fact, I may make that the next stream is toxic victimhood. When we deal, though, with something like this, we need actual physical people to be with us. Because you go to dark places. There's a reason in Demon Blade I make dark places important, because you're going to find those dark places. You're going to be haunted by those dark places. And so I have that as the case in Demon Blade. When you have a story that's very self-inflicting or inflicting or self-reflective on top of an ulterior threat, you kind of need to have that sort of way to sort of adjust and ground yourself in life. Sometimes you can get that with, somebody else that you don't know. I go through therapy these days, especially since the rape. I have therapy. I have psychiatry. I literally just talked with him today to set up my next appointment. So, I mean, I go and get that help, but, I mean, they can only help in so much. You can take medications that we'll go into in the victimhood concept that can help for depression, anxiety. When you get in other territory of mental disorder, then you're in deeper meds, and they can be. I mean, we can. I don't know if I can bring Brandon on here, but Septum Sin, aka Brandon, is a mental health worker in a county of my state, and we didn't meet as mental. I didn't meet him as a patient. We're completely separated from that, but I get to, he deals with those kind of situations, and he has his own opinions on those drugs that they give people, and, whether or not they work or whether or not they cause more issue. Cinder needs to step away, and just, if she comes back, she needs to come back sincerely about what she is. She needs to be open and honest about what she's doing. Bao needs to step away to take a few days to just chill, live life, relax, and then come back. And come back to the love I know fans are there for her to do, to give her. Be it old or new. I mean, she is definitely a bleeding heart person. She sits there with putting her heart on the line for the audience, and it shows. And those kind of people are genuinely the good kind of people to have. Like I said, we're going to later talk about Gura and her graduation. Gura's of the same situation, but I'm not too familiar with all the stuff that Gura had to go through, but I know she was abused by people on the net, not by her company, although she might have been abused by her company. We don't know. That's for another time, another person, another stream to do. That's not for us to decide. We're not really going to talk about that with Gura. We're going to talk about her good moments. We're going to talk about who she is as a person on stream. what face she puts forward before the audience. And that's very much what one has to kind of do when they can either be genuine or they can be fake when they're doing a stream. Another good example with positive elements that came through recently is Iron Mouse. So, of course, all over the weekend, while all this stuff was going on, Cyclothon with CDawg VA came through. They raised another mil. Congratulations. Immune Deficiency Foundation really needs that money. And Iron Mouse, as a person who suffers from immune deficiency, has been genuine and emotional with her audience because she has to live with a chronic disease. It's something she can't hide completely, and she couldn't hide for a long time. I'm glad to hear that she's getting better, that she's able to somewhat get out of a very filtered environment to be able to go out a little bit, and she's now back to walking. So that is just genuinely happiness. That's wonderful to hear. You can hear me tearing up a little bit even talking about it. It's a great story. Great story. And the fact that Connor brought out the audiences, he brought out the numbers again, and that's beautiful. I'm tearing up over beauty. Not a bad thing to cry about, I guess. Okay. So, yeah, my advice to Bao is literally just to take a step back. Get off the internet for a bit. I jokingly say touch grass, but I mean, honestly, it's the concept of touching grass is to live your life, to be alive in the real world for a bit. And when your life is completely 100% online, and unfortunately right now, a lot of my own life is 100% online. I do art, I do stories, we do these streams. I'm constantly having to do with things online. I still need to go out and be like, okay, I need to breathe the air. Yeah, the air is full of freaking pollen right now and kills me in that sense. But I need to understand that life isn't on the computer. Life is, fixing a meal, going outside, enjoying nature, enjoying, time with friends or family. Just accepting things exist outside of just what's on the net. And that's honestly the best for both of them. Honestly, step away from the computer for a bit and take a breather. I know they need to do business and they have a business to run. They have to, be on the internet. But for Bao, especially to heal, she needs the time away. And for Cinder, she's too toxic to stay. Honestly, I mean, I don't like calling for boycotts. I don't like calling for, people to do, degrade people. I mean, we flat out in the intro say, do not be toxic, and do not be toxic to Cinder. Do not continue the toxicity and, hate on her, do anything, criminal, like doxing. Do not do that. That is horrible to do. She needs to grow as a person herself, and she needs to realize what the damage she's done and go and live life off the net for a while. Because that behavior, what she did to Bao, is just unheard of. The others, I mean, like I said, Shy Lily talked about it, and also, because I listened to Shy Lily, I didn't hear a Silver Veil. I think it was just her Reddit post that came out and about. So I don't know if Silver Veil did a broadcast afterwards of her viewpoint on the situation. I know a lot of other VTubers have done broadcasts and covering the subject themselves and being like, hey, this is not right what she did. What the hell am I getting a freaking opening here? But yeah, and y'all, she needs to take a step away. She needs to not be doing anything on the internet right now. She needs to retire from VTubing, and 100% she needs to retire from VTubing. She should not be continuing this relationship with people. Nanoliths, I will include also some advice. Raise your rates, girl. I mean, honestly, if someone comes to you and wants to be exclusive, you are the top of the line. You are the, Gucci. You are the Fabergé. You are the top of the line. You deserve to be paid justly for your work. I mean, I could use that on my own, but I mean, I don't charge high for different reasons, and that's my personal viewpoint of my own art, which is somewhat destructive. Okay, I'm gonna do this so that way I can tell if I'm got an opening. But when we talk about other things, we're gonna hit some other VTubers here. So this second hour, we're gonna talk about two other VTubers that had some controversy. Now, I'm gonna state one of these controversies, and I guess I'll go ahead and talk about Nux. One of these people, in the case of this situation, it's Nux. He keeps getting rated as the most hated. That's why he's on this list. He's the most, quote, hated VTuber. He even quotes it in his streams. He is the most hated VTuber. Dude is just a troll. And that he acknowledged it. Dude is a troll. That's what he's there doing. And God love it. I love him for that reason. I've said it before, I'm gonna say it again. I am a Nux sponsor. I support the guy. I put money towards his streams because dadgummit, he does a damn good job of it. And I will support somebody if I feel they're doing a good job at it. So the hate Nux gets is for 3 different things. So Nux gets it for the VShojo incident, which was proven not to be Nux's fault, where he was doing an investigation on doxing of VShojo. He was working with a lot of people in VShojo. He worked with people on that very setup for that stream, or that video that he did. So the fact that he had people saying, oh, well, you know, he doxed these people. No, he didn't. He purposely set up a false doxing to catch a doxer. And it worked. They found the doxer. VShojo even thanked Nux for finding this person. And then a few days later, VShojo kind of went back, and some of the talent were like, we don't believe this is right. And they started tearing into Nux and saying, oh, well, it's your fault we're put at risk. It wasn't Nux doing, okay? It's crappy doing of a corporate VTubing office, which is what VShojo is. It's a corporate office. Same with Hololive. They are corporate offices. Nissanji's the same, although Nissanji's toxic in other reasons. And we've kind of talked about them on another stream. But when you talk about situations that involve somebody being doxed, and you have a situation in Nux's case where he actively worked to find, locate, and reveal the doxer so that he can be properly punished, that got turned around and hurt his reputation with improper means. And so far, I believe a lot of the VTubers that were negative towards Nux on this situation were honest about this at the end. They were like, okay, it wasn't Nux's doing, it was, this doxer's situation, and it was this situation, and we were in the wrong. And so they've come out and apologized. Now, the one thing Nux has done that truly was problematic at any point was he went with a false story on the VTuber Taiga. And he followed that story and he reported it on, I believe he reported it on Some Ordinary Podcast with Mudahar and damn it. I'm for some reason the name's slipping my mind, but I freaking watch the VTuber or the guy all the time. He's not a VTuber, excuse me. The guy all the time. Oompavel. With Oompavel. Those are the other person. So when you have that, when people talk about Nux, that's pretty much the only real issue to address with Nux. There's no real controversy that goes into play for the whole scenario of why Nux is hated. That's the only one that really has a point. Really has a point. Because what I'm not going to let people go on and say that he deserves is for the crap he gets nowadays. And he gets a lot of death threats. It's ridiculous, the death threats he gets. He's gotten doxxed before, as well. So, I mean, these things have happened, and it's been primarily over him being a troll, or having fun and spoofy with thumbnails. Some people call him a pedophile because he had a Shadman picture in one thumbnail. And we talked about this during the whole Ava Tyson stream that we did. Because it came into play with Ava Tyson about Shadman. And we talked about Nux having a thumbnail that got changed. And it got changed like a week after it posted with Shadman. And that occurred in 2020, I believe. So early 4 or 5 years ago. And it's not, the thumbnail doesn't exist these days. It technically does not exist. It hadn't existed for years. And it's not Nux just suddenly changing it because, you know, people calling him out when the whole Ava Tyson stuff dropped last year. But when there are people that simply want to make Nux pay for that because they either still believe the Vtubing or whatnot. Then you get into the concept with gosh, why I should have written these ones down. The Caden draws, and the end. Me and Caden Draw does this. Me and Caden Draw talks about these situations, and the Caden Draw situation was Nux was viewing it, and that's the way he titled it. And honestly, it worked. He got audiences for it, and people just hated on it. And then primarily, there were some people that were like, "Oh, he's being, you know, destructive and enforcing in Caden Draw." It's like, no, he's not saying. He never said. I watched all of them. He hasn't said anything negative about Caden Draws. He supports Caden Draws, but he gets to the point where it's like, okay, I'm going to talk about this situation, give my viewpoints and whatnot of this Caden Draw animation. Be like, oh, true, yeah, cool, and he puts his own comedy, his own fun on it. It's a transformative content, and a lot of people do that. If you're going to do a reaction, you're doing transformative. If you're not properly doing it, and you should get your ass sued for copyright infringement. I believe Caden Draws has come out and said, I don't care. So there's really nothing there for that whole one. It's just a bunch of people that took the concept a little too far. The latest stuff is he's attacking Hassan Piker for his viewpoints and whatnot. Hassan Piker is such a toxic person, and his audience is such a toxic audience. It is beyond belief. And the fact that here we're saying this on Twitch, we're on Twitch now, the dude publicly is called for support of terrorism and terrorist acts. That is not appropriate. That is flat out evil, in my opinion. To say, oh, well, these people need to have terror. He's flat out called for senators to be executed, and he's still on the stream. He still has a platform. How? I don't know. That is, if he were on federal broadcasting, his ass would have been thrown off the air years ago. Because he would have violated the law several times. Now, Nux covering that and, giving his viewpoint for good reason. The one thing that Nux is he's a very prominent YouTuber. He's been prominent for years. He has several million viewers. He's also Jewish. And his grandfather's a survivor of the Holocaust. The man, when Hassan is talking about stuff like the Israeli-Palestinian war, Hassan only takes the view of Palestine. He doesn't talk about what's happening to the Jewish people. And it's very much a one-sided argument. So Nux is giving commentary and viewpoints based on the scenario of him being from a viewpoint that's opposite of Hassan. Now, Hassan won't name Nux by name, but he will talk about Nux. He'll, try to crap on Nux. But I mean, the fact that Hassan is still got a stream, how Twitch still airs him, I don't know. Something sus it goes on there, and I'm putting myself out to, probably be canned by Twitch for coming out and saying this, but I don't freaking give a damn. We get some viewers, but I get spam bots, like we have in our chat right now, is one spam bot from Twitch. Most of my viewers tend to come from spam bots on Twitch. For that kind of stuff. We do get regular viewers from YouTube now and then, regularly, and people on YouTube. I do see we got a couple viewers here. Shout out if you want. If you think I'm wrong on this or Cinder, let me know. Shout out. If you have a request, let me know what you want us to do as a topic. So, I mean, the fact that we need to understand what, and we're going to lose some art here in a second because it was on that layer, but we're going to remove it. You need to, understand that people have a right to their viewpoints. You can agree or disagree with them. Here's the thing. You don't need to watch that person if you disagree with them. That's a strange concept, I know, to a lot of people these days, but it's true. If you don't like me, you don't agree with me, guess what? You can go to any other streamer on YouTube, on Twitch, on X, where we all stream, or now we're also streaming on Instagram a little bit. You can go to anybody else. It won't hurt my feelings one bit. But if you want to actually be open and debate people and discuss topics and be honest, I welcome you. That's why I say, and things like we did with the warning. I'll pull it back up so people can see. The warning right there. We will allow all people to respond and share their own opinions here as well. I don't silence people. I don't remove content. The only way you're going to get your comment removed is if you say something that's not allowed by YouTube or Twitch. X, you kind of can get away with pretty much almost anything, though, with the comments these days. And, I mean, it's to each their own, their viewpoints. Yes, Nux has been covering a lot of things going on with the right and the left as of late, and people are like, oh, well, he's a completely right YouTuber. No, Kirsch, who we're going to touch upon later, she's a right VTuber. She's the person on the right in VTubing. Nux has covered also right people. And honestly, I've been debating, I kind of want to get enough content to cover a Candace Owens shutdown, because Candace Owens is nuts. The woman is flat out nuts. And I mean, she's on the right. Ann Coulter's on the right. I don't trust Ann Coulter either. The woman is also flipping nuts at times. There are people on the right that deserve to be talked about in bad ways. Not, trashing and horrible destruction, but they go too far in things, and I'll call their ass out on it. I mean, I'm not afraid to touch the right as well as touch the left. Same with Nux. He's not afraid to do either one. There is honest crap to talk about, and I mean, should issues with the tariffs really become an issue with Trump, you'll hear my ass talking about it. About people not being able to get stuff and whatnot. There will be issues, but there's nothing, in my opinion, of worthiness to really talk about right now. It really just isn't. There's nothing to be like, oh, well, this is a must talk about scenario. Now, the reason I wanted to talk about Nux first over Kirsch, I want to make sure I'm saying Kirsch is right. I could be saying her name wrong. She's a VTuber that's on the far right, and me being a trans trans person and trans VTuber, but leans right, I can agree with her on things, and I can disagree with on things. I do disagree with Kirsch on a lot of issues, but I am willing to hear and listen her out. The issue of the last week is there are people that don't want to hear her out, that don't want her to have a platform, that don't want her to have, be able to profit off of her streams like other streams. And that's where I'm going to take, serious issue. And that's where her controversy comes into play. Because her controversy was the girl had, and I believe to my knowledge, still has a support, or has a sponsor that is Gamer Subs. I am not ever drunken Gamer Subs. I am a person who tries to have, as pretty much all natural stuff in my body at all times, and Gamer Subs is a little bit more chemical and caffeinated. I mean, maybe, hey, if Gamer Subs, you want to do a little bit more organic, we'll talk. If I ever get high enough to actually be worthy of your sponsorship, but hey. So, Gamer Subs is what, as its namesake, it's usually VTubers, YouTubers, have their sort of image and likeness attached to a product, I believe somewhat linked to the streamer, so a flavor, that they like and whatnot. When, I don't believe Kirsch was just added to this, we're gonna bring this up as I go. I want to see. So I think she was already part of it, but there was this whole concept that, well, she speaks far to the right and says things against trans people, and as a trans person, yeah, I can take a little bit of offense at what Kirsch has said, and sometimes I can agree with her. We have been we've spoken out about being a trans person, that, several times, the trans community, I say, what the hell are you doing? That you're going too far and you're doing things wrong. You should not be doing it this way. And then I realized, oh crap, these are not trans people. These are people that are basically saying it for clout, basically. They're not actually focusing in on themselves. They're trying to get attention. And that's not how you be trans. It's an inner thing. It's not an outer thing. I mean, you can transition. I've transitioned. I look somewhat, majority female. I do pass regularly. I, have lived as a female for a while. Not a problem. But I'm not female. Biologically, I am not female. I'm half tempted to start calling myself a ladyboy versus calling myself trans, because it's more honest. It really is. And it's because the community is like, oh, well, you have to accept what I say. No, you don't. It's opinion. Now, I have the right to be how I want to be. I don't like people who have septum rings. I think they're the ugliest thing to have. Or, the added holes in your ears or nose. There's a picture of one girl the other day that I saw that had holes in her nose on her side. And the caption I saw on Twitch was like, I'd hate to see when she sneezes. And I laughed. That was hilarious. Because you got 4 holes coming out. Instead of the 2 that you're naturally born with. And it's just like, okay, yes, that's funny. Yes. Crass humor, always funny. I saw another article the other day that said Seinfeld was a problematic show of humor and it would not be doable these days. Yeah, because it was actual jokes. It was crass humor. You were not meant to like the people on Seinfeld. You were not meant to, be the people on Seinfeld. If you were, you are a problem. And that, the idea that people don't understand what a joke is these days is sad. It's so freaking sad. Now, can some of Kirsch's stuff come out as humor? I can honestly believe it. I've watched a little bit of her streams, and I was like, yeah, humorous. And some of the stuff where she gets a little bit more, into things. And I'm like, you're going a little too far. You're going into, more scary territory of the right. And you need to kind of watch what you're doing there. And yeah. I mean, it did not help that for a Gamer Subs promotion, and I think we've got it on this picture I'll pull up in a minute. Let's see here. Trying to find it. Okay. So I'm going to open this image in a new tab. We're not going to go to the article yet, but we'll pull it up so you guys can see this. Okay. So, this was for her promotion or something of Kirsch. So, Kirsch is the Vtuber. This is a doll of Kirsch, effectively. She's got these books, and you're like, oh, those are, leather-bound books. They're not much to look about. They're written by Goebbels. The Goebbels. I can honestly say, while I am well-versed in Mein Kampf, I have not bothered collecting Mein Kampf. I am not a fan of Mein Kampf, and I am certainly not a fan of Goebbels. And I would not dare keep a Goebbels book in my collection. Now, I know of concepts, you talk about things like, propaganda stuff and stuff like that Goebbels would cover and talk about, that affected art. In art history, when I was in college, you had to learn about, the propaganda arm of the Nazis and what the Nazis created. You had to learn that because it was a notable point in art history, and it's an important thing to know how propaganda is created and how it can be used to promote and push concepts. And when you create and design something, you need to know how to push forward a concept or a story. And a lot of that derives from the teachings and the learnings of Goebbels and other individuals in the Nazi Party. I hate to say it, that's pretty much where the teachings are. Not saying it's good teachings, but if you need to learn how to promote yourself, how to promote work, or how to, draw an attention to an audience, that stuff between that, the golden ratio, the numbers of three, or the concept of threes, and the sections of threes, and the golden ratio, those are elements in art that you need to really understand and use. So golden ratio being the spot, what draws you the art out, but use of space, negative space particularly, with positive space, and how that space is put in an environment. How construction is done artistically wise uses golden ratio. You have other elements. It's important things to know and learn that are throughout history that an artist would turn and use. Whether or not, the people who brought that stuff to us were good people is another story. Hate it all you like, Hitler was an artist. Not a good artist, but he was an artist. Dude was a horrible artist, if you ask me. But, it's stuff to know and understanding. And in order to grow and become better in history, it's best to know the history that you don't want to repeat. Stuff like the Nazi regime. We definitely don't want to repeat that. We have certain things out there, both on left, right, and other areas throughout the world that very much reflect that. slavery. We do not want to repeat that. Unfortunately, a large portion of the world these days still enforces slavery, enforces and promotes slavery, including China. It is important to know that. It is, be understanding that there is very much still a lot of bad that people turn their eyes away from, that can be looked upon outside of the political spectrum. And there's certain things you want to make sure, say things that are not good. Being a pedophile, bad. Wanting to enslave people, bad. Trying to genocide an entire race of people, bad. People will be like, oh, Palestine's a genocide. No, that's not really a genocide. You want to see a genocide, you read about the actions of the Turks in the 1900s. That was a genocide. Hitler got close to it with the Holocaust. Very close to a genocide. Did not fully occur because we did stop it. But the Armenian affair by India, or by Turkish people, that was a genocide. So, there are actual actions of genocide. It's happened in the past. It's not just happened from white people. And a lot of people like to say, oh, it's just the white people. Native Americans had slaves and also committed genocide well before white culture came here. It was always a thing. The concept of slavery has been an issue since the dawn of time, basically. One could almost debate it may be an older, business than prostitution. They say prostitution is the oldest, form of business. Slavery is pretty close there. I hate to say it, it still exists. There's still slavery in this world. Primarily these days, it's, for not so good reasons. Well, it's never good reasons, but it's not work, it's more organ harvesting or, for sexual gratification there is, of course, cheap labor in the case of China, or religious persecution, again, in the case of China. India's doing a little bit of religion persecution right now, too, with getting rid of mosques. Now, I can't completely disagree depending on some issues, but, it is a form of religious persecution. We're seeing the reverse in UK with a lot of Muslim people coming out and persecuting Christians in England and European countries. It happens. It's stuff that happens worldwide. It's an issue that's always been a problem. And when you have somebody like Kirsch come out here and express her own opinions, and people that were part of Gamer Subs leave the thing, I only know of two people. One, the article states, who is, let's see, I want to see who the individual is. So I have them in right here. It is... Where are they? In April, blah, 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 blah. So, we'll go over why this has occurred and whatnot. Kaio. So, Kaio, I believe, is another VTuber. I could be wrong. They removed their relationship with GamerSub, saying, we're not going to be here if you're going to support Kirsch. They aren't alone. JoeCat is the other person. JoeCat's a little bit more well-known. I'm kind of surprised that JoeCat did that, but I'm not completely surprised JoeCat did that. I support JoeCat. I support Kirsch. Their viewpoints are their viewpoints. That's the key. It's their viewpoints. That's why we say at the beginning of the warning, this is my opinion. I'm just sharing my opinion. I'm not, this is not to bring down anybody else. This is my own personal opinion. Through my experiences, through my life, through what I've done, what happens and what things are. Now, there are some people that are definitely need to be looked at as problematic, and we kind of touched a bit upon it before with Vtubing, with Sid, or Sin, with Sin earlier, that, yeah, Sin, you need to go. Kirsch, unless Kirsch does something illegal, and I have to state, they have to do something illegal or abusive. They have to do it. And it has to be an actual abuse. It cannot be, oh, well, they said something that hurt my feelings. I'm sorry your feelings are hurt. Oh, darn. One of the first things I had to learn when I came out as a trans person is I had to learn how to break down walls of thickness. I used to not let anybody in on my life. I used to be very recluse about things and secretive about my life. When I came out, I had to learn how to control that thickness, to not make myself too thin to where I was upset at everything that people would say, at how people would treat me. And I came out before, before Caitlyn Jenner. So I came out before the whole thing was more open and accepting. I came out at a time where it's like, okay, this is going to be hard for my family to understand. I was prepared to never speak to my family again when I came out. I was prepared to never speak to my friends again when I came out. I had to prepare myself for that. Luckily, that didn't happen. They were accepting to the point of being like, we disagree with you on things, but we accept you. My friends weren't even disagreeable. They were accepting. So, I mean, it comes down to, I'm even drawing the earrings wrong. I forgot I was doing different earrings for Ida this time. When you have a relationship and when you come out, it doesn't matter if it's coming out as gay, coming out as lesbian, coming out as bi, coming out as trans, or coming out as, political spectrum. You gotta be prepared that you're gonna lose someone. That someone's not going to be accepting. If my grandparents were alive, I don't expect my grandparents would accept me ever with my transition. My parents still have issues, but at the same time, they've seen the change in me. That I was someone who was very reclusive, very self-destructive, very angry, and now I'm a very, open and honest and very human person. I accept joy in life and things. I'm still kind of too trusting at times, but I've learned to be, a better person. I honestly am a better person. My father told me that, and he's an uber religious person. So I'm not surprised, to hear those kind of words, because I feel like a better person. That's why I had to transition. I had to transition because I was so destructive to myself. I was destroying myself through the self-hate, the self-doubt, and not wanting to just do anything with my life. And so it helped me in that sense. In cases of people like Kirsch, it may be better for her with, her right-leaning concepts. What the... What the hell? Oh, wait. Okay. I see where that was coming from. That was coming from, webpage I had open, they had decided to play a video and noise. And I was like, what the hell is talking? Okay. So, yeah, with Kirsch, she has her viewpoints. She definitely is further on the right spectrum than some people. Even some right-leaning commentators. But at the same time, it's like, okay. Does she actively want me dead? I don't know. She could. She absolutely could say something like that, or say, I deserve to be in a mental institution, or something like that. I've heard of that before from people. The way to counter that is not to be screaming and be like, they don't deserve a platform. No, they absolutely have a right to do their opinion and choice. You know what? You know how to defeat that kind of concept? If you really want to learn how to defeat that kind of concept, for those that are trans and like, I don't agree with these people, blah, blah, blah. You want to know how to defeat it? Be the better person. That is how you defeat it. You become a better person. You do things that help others. You do things to help your own life. You become a better person. Be it through your work, be it through your love, be it through your activities. Be an actual better person. And you won't have the ugliness, the hate that you say is so existent in there. And I mean, I really am thinking it's like next one we really need to do a victimhood mentality story, because there's so many great examples out there that I could use of toxic victimhood, and like Sin was, her apology is a toxic victimhood scenario where it's like, it's not my fault, it's this person's fault. No. Fault always is going to fall on you if you've done something wrong. Fault always is going to fall on you. I don't care if you're, only 20% in the wrong. Fault will still always fall upon you. Because you did something wrong. You need to make the correction. That's why you're apologizing. Not somebody else did something wrong on your behalf. Now, there are cases where people can be like, yes, it's not all me, it's also this person. But if you come out and, like Cinder did, and be like, oh, well, it's all my, manager's doing. It's like, no, we could see it was not the manager's doing. It was your doing. And if Kirsch gets in trouble for, what she says, that's on her. That's 100% on her. But, I'm not going to stop her from saying it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, she needs to stop saying it. And good for Gamer Subs if they keep, supporting her. Good for them. If, people are so thin-skinned that they're going to drop Gamer Subs because they believe it hurts their brand, that someone else out there who they disagree with also uses that brand, then they need to drop a lot of brands. Because I guarantee you there's stuff that both sides use. It always made me laugh, and it's always the concept. You have the people that are all for socialism wearing Apple products and using Apple products, when it's one of the biggest sort of, corporation and capitalist examples. Wearing Nikes, biggest capital concepts. It's absurd to hear that with a person's going like, socialism's the right way to do things. No. Crony capitalism is not good either, but socialism definitely is not the way to go in the world, because socialism has proven itself to be wrong time and time again. People be like, oh, it's far too many examples, and every time it's tried, people die. It's hands down, that's what happens. You don't need even look far. You just have to look to Venezuela for that. And what they went through for the last several years. On that concept. And so, I mean, yeah, I'm going to agree with people like Kirsch and Nux on a lot of things. Because you use facts to help support your argument. You may come to a different opinion through facts. And there are certain things I'm going to be wrong. There's certain things that Nux is going to be wrong about. There's certain things that Kirsch is going to be wrong about. Because of the facts they use versus the facts other people use. And whether or not those facts are honest. That's the catch. They need to really be an honest use of facts. There are far too many examples of news media, and we talked about one with the whole award given to the people finally recognizing that Joe Biden's mental decline years after he's out of office, or time well after he's out of office, despite the fact that people on the right media have been talking about it for years. And the absurdity to award yourself for noticing that is just absurd. It's wrong. So to have those kind of environments, to kind of have that sort of teaching people and instructing people and shaping viewpoints is a way of getting improper facts presented in a way that you think, oh, well, this is true, this is true, this is true. And it's just bad. It's just bad use. And news media on both sides do things wrong. But it's, if you're still these days, and I know it's a declining sense because Gen Z has come out to be proven they don't want to listen to corporate news anymore. They get their news from YouTube, and it's also going into older people, because people my age, Gen X, we grew up with people lying to us, and we knew we grew up with people lying to us. Hell, I was in high school when Bill Clinton finally said, "I did not have sexual relations with that woman," when he did, and we had genetic proof that he did. Now, was it as big of an issue? I don't flippin' care. But the fact that he lied, and you had people basically go from, oh, well, so he lied, what of it? It's like, well, you know, if he's gonna lie about this, what else is he lying about? Because that's the problem. And it's of that mindset. I mean, there are people that, you know, go on and be like, well, Trump lied about this. And it's like, yeah. I'm not saying Trump is 100% truthful. But the man at least plays it as he sees it. That's the reason I respect Trump, is because he's one of the first people in my lifetime to ever come out and say, I'm going to do this, and does it. Now, whether or not that thing he does is good, we'll see. But he at least puts his word, or puts his actions where he puts his words, versus a lot of presidents who are like, oh, but I promise this, and doesn't do squat. That's why Gen X voted for Trump. That's why Gen X overwhelmingly voted for Trump. So if you wanted a reason, there's the reason. The man committed to do what he said he was going to do. And he's proven that himself to do that in his past campaign, and that's why he was voted again. That being said, we are getting to our requests point in the stream, and I said we were going to do requests a little bit differently. Actually, let's start that drawing. You'll see this come about. The reason I don't want to really draw out the page today, this is page 2 of chapter 7. We literally have started it. I can show you page 1 as it's developing. Yeah, I don't want to show too much of a chapter that has not been released yet, so you don't know what it feels. I have Demon Blade in the corner. I've finished the first 3 pages, almost finished with the 4th page. as of right now. I am not going to show them on stream because, well, they are done and they are going to be revealed in 2 weeks. So it's not something I want to show off now publicly. If you're Patreon, you can go and see it. So go to Patreon. You can go to our wonderful Patreon, patreon.com/demonblade, and you can see it. You can see both it and Witchin' as it's coming out. All the end of chapter 6 is on Patreon right now. I did announce publicly last night that I'm going to try and take part in the latest Clip Paint Studio comic contest. So I'm currently debating scripts. I worked on a script last night that is reflective of the Demon Blade love story, and the reason why is the concept is it needs to be, I believe, 8 to 16 pages of comic content that is about first love. And so while I've told Demon Blade's love story already, I'm kind of hesitant to retell that one. I'm almost tempted to tell Witchin's love story, which is not aired. You've not even been introduced to the love interest that has that love story. They will be introduced in the next chapter, but I'm tempted to do a prequel to Witchin for that contest. Or I might do something completely original. I don't know. I haven't finished. My goal is to finish a script this week, and then get to started on drawing it this weekend. I will release it publicly after the contest is over. I will not release it publicly until the contest is over, unless I actually have to release it into a certain place, which probably will be Pixiv. And Pixiv audience, you guys will be getting Demon Blade Chapter 10 out soon. I don't know when I'll drop it, but I need to drop Chapter 10 out on Pixiv, since that's completed at this time. Demon Blade 11 will start on the 11th, ironically. Tomorrow will be the latest page of Magical Princess War as well. So we'll have that moment going on. So it'll be little things we do in the future that'll be a little added content here and there. I felt like this was a good one to kind of do because I do touch upon love, but I don't, especially with Demon Blade, where love is a good part of the story, but it's not the focus. The focus is very much the action and the drama. And in Witchin, it's very much the comedy. So touching on a subject I don't use as a central focus because I don't have personal experience that well with love. It's a bit harder to write for, but I'm taking that challenge so I can do it. And, we'll see. We'll see if I can do. My goal is to do 16 pages because I'm used to doing 16 pages in the past for a one-shot. And I can do it in 2 months. It's not a big problem for me. But yeah, we'll tell the story a little bit. I'm probably gonna redo this panel, but because it's meant to be a corny, cheesy reaction to what happens on the first page. So it's a gag moment. So it's just okay. I need to have that reactionary moment before we go into the somewhat more serious talking moment that'll lead to more humor down the line. That's how this page is written. And the difference between Witchin and Demon Blade, I have a full script that has been written for years to follow. Witchin is more fly by my seat. I know the plot points I want to hit in each chapter, what I need to hit and introduce. So that this chapter, there's going to be several interactions with different love interests for Ida. But there's also a backstory with her new friend, Bridget, that we need to cover in the story. So it's like A and B plots there that need to be covered, but they play out and tell the story in whole. So I mean, it's like, okay, what do I want them to say? How do I want them to interact? Last chapter was probably the most scripted chapter of Witchin', and it was because I had points that I needed to establish, and because it was a central point to the plot of the series, I needed to cover, the exact wording down. So I needed to script out what was going to be talked about and how they were going to address and how they were going to interact. So, I mean, we saw stuff like Gaspardo in the story, the old man that was in chapter 6 being, very hateful and resentment to his family. And what's become of it. So I wanted to have that sort of despised and played off in a humorous crotchety old man scenario, that when he's interacting with this powerful, intelligent, yet oblivious witch that is Ida, that they have interactions. And there's going to be one big shocker at the last page drop, which will also be on May 11th. May 11th is going to be a drop day. It's going to be a huge drop day for me. And it'll be before we do the One Piece drop for the month. So that I've still got to draw that too. I'm not going to draw that publicly because those we do hidden away, because I don't want to reveal what goes on in the story on those at all. But yeah. That being said, we're going to hit the first request. So, usually we get requests for anime characters or original characters to be drawn in anime style. This is not that case. This is a character from a series I have never seen. What layers? Oh, I drew it on the layer. We're not going to go with this sketch completely, because I don't like the sketch as it is. So this is a character from, let me pull up the posting for the request. So going through my requests here, or some of them as they're currently aligned here. This is a request for Amanda Killman from Bunsen is the Beast. So they wanted me to draw this character. I've never seen them before. I've never seen the show. I didn't even know this show existed. So we're going to be doing this. I did a little bit of research on the character before we did it. So I know, who she is, how she would act. They just wanted me to just draw the character. And being an American cartoon, being an English cartoon, or, American cartoon, it's very simplistic drawing style. And I want to show, you saw the sketch, I was testing out how to draw her. And that's what we're basically going to do, is I'm going to show you from ground level, never having drawn this character appropriately, how to draw them. And how to draw them. They are a villain, apparently, in the series. So I want to give them a very villain-esque, laughing maniacally scene. So one of the things I need to do for the scene is how to angle it. So, like with a camera and whatnot, you're going to angle these things. So in this case, I want to angle it with her looking down upon the audience, essentially. And having a laugh with her crooked smile that seems to be the one thing she really has going for her. We'll we're going to kind of do this, but, you know, add the arms, sort of doing the whole evil thing here. Just kind of real roughly quick sketching these. Maybe doing both ears exposed, putting her hair out, which is just essentially loops like that. Putting her bow back here. And I'm going to move the drawing up a little bit. So when drawing from below, it's always kind of, you want to do things like make a character look evil or insane. You kind of need to squint the eyes a little bit and crush it. But when you're doing an American character, cartoon character, it's going to be different for each style. So I'm already drawing a little off, so I'm going to draw a little bit closer to the style. So this style, I can tell, if I do another layer here, how to draw this character. So I'm going to fade. I can't really fade it. We'll draw it in a different color. So in this, with this character's design, you can tell they used an oval, they used a triangle, and then they kind of used spindles for the arms, and then little ovals at the feet. That is basically, essentially how this character is drawn. So if I hide it, that's the structure of this character. That is how you draw them. And it's just a matter of practicing or knowing how to draw a character to come up with how you want them to draw. So if I were going to do this more professionally, we'll kind of color this real quick. Color line. I would do the circle, so I'm still going to be using this dark blue. I would get a good oval for how her head is. I'd do the lines to tell me how she's facing. In this case, I want her head up, yet looking down. So we need to curl the lip a little bit. The mouth needs to be wide. And the eyes on this character are going to be key of how she's drawn. So just like that. And yeah, she has 3 eyelashes, but they converge in the lower half. So that's where they converge. So it's not where I would with Ida and draw them certain places. So we're going to do that. Her eyebrows come down and do the scowl. Essentially, and her ears would come to the side, and so we're going to be kind of doing this. I'm going to take, for her body, I'm going to take that triangle and make it a little bit larger at the bottom, bring it out, and then try and do her arms in relatively the same spot. So she's got little triangles for her outfit. Do a line, essentially, you know, if you're drawing a freaking single character, you know, stick figure, do a small, in this case we'll do an oval for the hand. She does seem to have a lot of ovals, so we'll do that. I'm going to do a little bit of a circle with the dress, and the legs are going to kind of they're not going to have much, but they're going to have a little bit of a pull outwards because we're looking down and up, so the perspective goes up. That is where our perspective view of the character is. So when you do it, you're going to kind of bring out her hair like this. You do her bow, and her bow's kind of floppy. We're just going to go ahead and remove her physically from here. They've got sort of this little knotty bow. And then let's see how so she's got pigtails. So we're going to do hair like this. And then we'll do the crookedness of the teeth. Which are very important for the character to do a very crooked smile. But at the same time, we're going to have a little bit of an open with the teeth. So she's making that maniacal laugh that all good villains do to have. So, and then we do her nose, and we're literally looking up her nose from this viewpoint. So, and that's how to kind of draw this character without ever having drawn her before, knowing how to do it. And with American characters, it's a little easier because they're done by shapes versus doing a human figure, which is through most anime, or an animal figure based off of their form in anime or whatnot. So it's essentially, that's how you do a character. I'm going to go ahead and remove the other blue layer because I think this came out pretty well, and we've already gotten a blue line to work from. So we're going to do that, and then we'll do something like lightning coming out from behind her. Something that makes her seem like all powerful and evil, maybe flames in the background or something like that. To kind of draw your attention to this face. And the key part here is this face, and there's a reason why you guys can see the full picture. There's a reason why she's not center. So this is the center point of the picture. You don't, when you draw a comic page, when you draw an illustration, if your point, and this is literally where the center point is of this page, if your center point is, if your drawing is right here in that center point, and you're making the center point the thing, it needs to be a little bit more dramatic. So, and you usually don't get it if you draw it directly at the center point of the focus. You kind of want the focus to be inward to the drawing, but you kind of want them, you know, to perceive. And when you have a character looking somewhere, I mean, we'll go back to the page of Witchin we were drawing out and sketching out. So I don't have Ida looking outward off the panel, which gives a distant, it breaks the scene when you have them look outward. When you have them look inward, especially if it's a forward on facing image, it sort of draws the eye in. It draws the reflection into the conversation, to the word. If you want to cause a break and whatnot and have them looking offward to the end of the panel, that's fine. But it's a lot of points of understanding when you create a character or draw a character to know what you're drawing and why you're drawing it the way you are, and sort of convey the image. If you're not thinking about those kind of things when you're drawing, then your image can lose focus. It can lose concept of what you're doing. So you can see I'm drawing the fingers in. I think she's only got 3 or 4. Yeah, she's only got 4 fingers. So she's your typical cartoon character with 3 main fingers and a thumb. So it's pretty easy. I want to see, so she's gonna have a bit of that, a little nub there, and then we're gonna have plaid skirt to give the view. And I want to make sure the coloring is downlit. So in this image, because I want her to look evil, a good way to make someone look evil is to downlight them. To make the light source coming from down or seeming to come down. I just drew this, and it's not a spoiler. I'm not going to show the page because it's Witchin's final page. When I introduce a character in Witchin, now technically they were already introduced, but this is really them properly introduction in the series. Because I want them to have a sinister, evil personality, I downlit it. And so I made it so his upper eyes are in shade, and then he's got this light beaming across this evil, in his case, very charismatic smile, because he's all about charisma and all about the charm and the loveliness about him. Whereas this villain is very much sinister. I can get that concept of very sinister character. If I were to use a character from my timeline, Elmira from Tiny Toons, very sinister and evil. I mean, she had her moments of being cutesy and sweet, but she had a sinister side to her. And so when they would try to treat her evil, they would downlight her and give her a more sinister shot, which is what this is. So we're doing a more sinister look on the character. How is her hair on her ear? Okay, she doesn't even have it. She has it like, it comes in like this. So she doesn't even have it under her ear. Her ears are just completely exposed. So yeah, not that difficult. We've done it in what, 5-10 minutes to draw this scene out. Simple, real quick. So that's why I was also like, we can do this and we can do the girl drawing at the same time, because it's going to be this one's going to be very quick, very simple to draw, not difficult to do. So for those wondering, as almost always, I use a 20 tip G pen in Clip Paint Studio. The standard is a G pen, depending on what you're doing and what size your project is. Depends on the size of the tip. If you're doing comics, typically it's a 20 tip. If you're doing animation, you might go for a smaller tip, but you'd still be using a tip, G-tip pen. It's the standard of the industry. It's just how it's done. And so I'm starting out with these eyes because they're going to be where I really need to convey the evilness of this character. So I really want these eyes to pop. And then there's going to have to be some creative coloring to get this to work. And I mean, the next one I planned also for some creative coloring, but it's going to be different. And we'll explain that when we get to the Gura drawing for the night. But having never watched a thing with this character, never watched this series, we are drawing this character out. I definitely made those eyelashes longer than I should. One thing I have debated on doing the last week, and I've been fighting myself over, on whether or not just doing one day this week or last week in this case to do Oblivion. Just, kind of like we do with Stardew, just doing one stream of where we take Oblivion and just start a run and just go from it. I don't know if I'm going to. My main problem is it's time. It's really time. We're not going to continue the series. If we do it, it's going to be a one-shot. It's not going to be multiple streams, but it's not going to be on Sunday streaming. Or on Sunday. It'd be on like a Friday or a Thursday, where I've got nothing better to do. It's quiet, and I got time to do it. I might still do it this week. It depends on how far I can get in work, because I still got to do, like I said, I got to get the One Piece comic drawn. I got to get the Demon Blade, more pages of Demon Blade drawn. I got to get more pages of Witchin drawn. I've got to complete the script and draw for this comic contest piece. I've got to, work on the movie poster some. And all that, I still have to look for a job, a paying gig. So it's in that mindset, you still got to do things. I do find this sort of uneven, crooked smile from below, where you can definitely see the lip, is going to kind of give us a bit more of the chin that this character normally wouldn't give. I do need to make those eyelashes far longer, don't I? So it's going to give us that effect of a chin with them looking up. So you get to see how my character is. I have a chin on this character because it's a 3D model. But if I'm looking up, if I drew that, I would have to draw like a chin like that on a character. But we're not doing that here. It's a cartoon character, and they've kind of got this awkward head shape. And the best way to do it is kind of turn their face upward and hint at a chin, but not really have a chin. But give this, you know, all of that all around evil grin coming into play. I'm trying to do the teeth as she's got them. But I don't think it's going to really matter that much. It's just a matter of, you know, making sure the teeth are crooked so they're not even, not a same line. Maybe have one or two go over the line a bit and be like, oh, okay. Maybe even leave a gap in one of them.
Well, I bought me a truck that could drive itself. Thought it'd take me places.
And the key with, if you wanted to do more of a traditional American style animation, it's shapes, but it's also exaggeration. A greater sense of exaggeration than you would have with anime. I mean, you want to exaggerate and form elements in the form to create sort of the image for a character. And so, I mean, this is a very good example of an exaggeration. We're exaggerating her smile. We're exaggerating her face features and how evil her scene is here. And so I do think, and I'll call out the person who requested this. So this was Chris. It's hard to say. It's Chris Zitten. Chris Zitten, 1989, on DeviantArt that made this request. This is what they wanted us to draw. They wanted us to draw this character from this series. I've apparently they've had an interaction with Fairly Odd Parents. Must have been a point I did not have cable because I have never seen this series, and I've not heard anybody really talk about this series before. So they can, them bringing this up is like, okay, never knew about this series before, and yeah. If you knew this series, you liked the series, you hated the series, let me know. Because, yeah, I have no knowledge of what the series was about, other than I know this is a villain of the series, and they didn't give me instructions on, you know, oh, I want this character drawn, you know, in this way or manner or form. So they're getting the villanesque treatment. They're getting the how they would be probably in the series. So I'm treating it the way the original creators would create them, and bringing them out. Oh, I need to do a neck. That's something I didn't really do. So we'll do a neck, and then we give this sort of, I kind of gave it more triangles when it's more of these loops. And let's actually draw, let's draw the circle, the neck. It should be more coming from that end of the neck into there. Then there's a button, and we bring this down. It's literally still a triangle all the way down with this character's form. So not really changing that. She doesn't really have a waist. I guess she's probably, if I were to guess the character's age in the series without even knowing it, I'd say anywhere from 7 to 12. Depends on if this is their attempt at drawing a teenager or their attempt of designing a character that is more of a elementary school kid. Definitely got those Catholic schoolgirl vibes with her, with the outfit design. Not doing well with that image. We'll take it. We'll take it. Kind of draw the bottom end of that first. And then we're gonna, like I said, we're gonna simply, I don't like how that curved. Simply just draw these legs that are slightly sloped outward because we're looking down and up. So we want to do that. Maybe we'll do the top of her feet right here. She's got big feet. big feet. So we'll do a little. No. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Here. Let's do it this way. So. And looks like she's got some Mary Janes on. Stay up there. There we go. You guys don't see it, but I get a little pop up now and then. Just trying to keep the arm about the same width through. Okay, then we're gonna kind of draw this, and her hands are curling inward, bringing us the little sort of maniacal, evil, I am laughing at you element here. And if you held up your hand and we're doing this, well, I got the thumbs going the wrong way. That's what I have. So we're gonna redo the hand here, because I had the thumbs going inward, so I had them going reverse. So if I'm gonna do that, the fingers are gonna be on the inward and the thumb will be on the outward. And let's not make that mess that we just did there. So we're gonna want to have the thumb sort of curl in, and then do the fingers curling to a point of sort of evil and twisted nature of the fingers. Be like, ah ha 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 ha. If I'm gonna guess on the noise, and those that have watched the series can tell me. So her voice, I'm gonna say her voice was shrill, but type, that kind of voice. I figured that'd probably be how they chose the voicing for her. Having a little bit more a high pitch, but a sort of sinister, a little bit nasally voice. One, because she flat out shows has a big old puffed up nose in her viewpoint, and the way she's drawn. So I imagine that comes into play a bit with choosing the voice and personality. I could be wrong. They could be doing the voice completely different for her. But I think that would be, if I were to direct the series, if I was going to choose the voice for this character, I'd be one of her very nasally voice kind of voice for her. But you've got to have that sort of smarmy voice. Yes, my evil plans are that kind of thing. Very, well, I mean, she is a cartoon villain, but I mean, very cartoon villain voice. That's the kind of voice that you're kind of portray. I am the evil villain. Yes, I'm going to. I mean, we've had people call it out before. It's I can do the Megatron voice from Beast Wars. So, yes, Optimus Primal. Yeah. And I mean, I can go a little bit with, you know, a little bit of Hisoka. Gone. Yes. I mean, it's that sinister. You need that sinisterness, but you need it in a female, so you go a little bit high and screechy. Yes. So I'm gonna do a little bit of her hair coming into the little knots she's got up here. Let's go ahead and do another knot right there. And like I said, lighting is going to be key on this. And she's got a very villainous color palette to begin with bloodshot eyes. Let's see. That's not right. That's not right. You can tell it hurts my voice a little bit to do that voice, but hey, it's not too far. It's not that great, but yeah, if I were gonna expect what is her villain voice, it's gonna be that. I needed to add freckles, but it looks like they're done by a different color, so we're gonna do the freckles in a different color. But we're gonna definitely put her fingers clawed up here. So. A very appropriate song for what we talked about earlier with Sin. We do need to put some lines in her hair. And we kind of need to do her pigtails. And they kind of just have this droopy look to these pigtails. So I'm just try and replicate it as best I can. And it looks like it ends in 4s on her, so it's very easy to keep track of how many nubs to give in that pigtail. Yeah. I think when we do the video, I don't think I'm going to do it tonight because we're going to probably run late tonight. I think I'll do the video tomorrow, but I'm definitely going to have a villain song behind her when we do the video for her drawing. So, expect a villain song with this one. Gura, we'll have a different song. We'll have something a bit more. I might even get an original song just for Gura made. And honor and respect for Gura, because girl is the epitome of VTubing. So. That's a bit too even. You want to kind of flex that and then sort of have an inner loop there. We want to kind of go over here. I'll work on the plaid with color, but we'll try and work on that with a closer. We have it closer towards angling that in our viewpoint, because it can't be. We can't go, because if I show the pic, let's see, I'll bring the picture back up that we have as a reference for her. Let's straighten her out. So the reference we have, you can see they kind of put a little bit of a curve on this. It's not, you know, a dramatic official plaid. So if I were to do a plaid on a character, like if I'm gonna do it for Witchin or for Demon Blade, I might just use a template or a pattern in Clip Paint to help me do that. But if I have to do something dramatic with it, I'm going to have to probably recreate it and draw it. So it's more of an experience of how detailed do I want that pattern to be. And I have to think that through with outfits. And especially with me on Witchin right now, I'm trying to think of how I want... Because Ida's going to go through several clothing changes in this stream, in this chapter. Because it's going to be covering about a month's time. And there's going to be time to skip, time skip, time skip, time skip throughout it. And we're going to see different outfits of Ida throughout the whole comic. She has some ones that skip her teeth and her braces. I'm not seeing a tongue, but I'm going to put a tongue in here. Just to kind of give the sense that she's really laughing it up. And like kind of laugh. Alright. Do broken connections here. That's kind of how it is in the drawing reference. So, there are a couple things I've been learning and trying to learn. So, I mean, I'm trying to learn animation appropriately to do music videos for for our website or our YouTube site, and using Clip Paint, because I've never really used Clip Paint for animation. I've done animation in the past. I know how to do animation, but at the same time, it's like I've never used this art program to do animation. And I mean, these days Clip Paint Studio is the professional choice in animation. If you're doing anime or if you're doing, you know, 2D animation, it's Clip Paint Studios usually people go to. So it's definitely important to kind of, you know, feel out that that's what needs to be done. I'm going to erase a bit of this neck. I do need to fix my eraser though, so it's not in the thousands here. But I'm erasing the line between the neck and the chin for reasons that the character's that way, and also that we kind of need to have that sort of feel. Now I'm going to bring out the actual character image. We're going to hide away some of these blue lines so we can bring in the color. It's pretty much a flat red, blue, yellow with the skin texture, so it's not like we're doing any gradients or shades. The only difference is the lighter blue in the skirt and then on the socks. And then the skin texture, which has also freckles that we're going to have to draw in. So. Damn it. Give me one of that. Alright. Clean that up a bit. There we go. Oh, definitely clean this mess up. Jesus Christ. I'm a bit sloppy, a bit quick, but I mean, it's, like I said, first time drawing this character. First time doing it this way. Don't regularly draw American cartoons. If I do, I'll spend time to learning how I'm drawing it. But I can draw characters like the cast of Scooby-Doo and traditional Hanna-Barbera style. I've done Family Guy characters. I've done... I did a very old, and I still hold it as one of my favorite, Dexter's Lab jokes. When the TV series Dexter was a new thing, and I was watching the series, I was like, well, let me do Dexter's Lab. And so I did a joke with Dexter's Lab in playing off of the Showtime series Dexter, based off of the Dexter novels, which by far the novels are far better than the series. But yeah, doing a little scene with that, making Dee Dee, Deborah, making Dexter go through instead of science, his serial killing ways, and doing the whole Dexter mannerisms with from Dexter's Lab mannerisms in a given speech that Dexter gives in the beginning of each book, or in the in any time in the show, where it's like, the moon calls out to me, but it's the moon. It's very, very stupid sounding, but it's a great joke. It was a nice little one to do years ago. If people still cared about it these days, I would do it again, and probably clean up the art and do it a little bit better, because it was very much me just having fun with art for a day. Nope. Wrong thing. We do need to blacken the nose, but I kind of want to fix the eye a little bit here and make both of them deeper and darker a little bit before I add in the red on the eyes. So I'm going to color with that, bring the color in with that. We're going to kind of just, because it's simpler for me to do it this way, I am going to just select the color, and any separation I have, like right there, I'll make sure those are selected, so everything's kind of selected. So in hers, the only point would be the lower eyes are not going to have the red. So we're going to have the red sort of coming out here. And this red is very important to make sure I have it, because this is what will help the very sinister and evil. There's another red on top of this we need to do. So that's one little, unless you really zoom in on the character, you'd miss moments. It's a combination of the red to the skin tone. So, and it just helps pop out the red a little bit more, but yeah, you can kind of see it if I zoom in here. You got this sort of orangish red here. That kind of just slightly outlines this red. So we'll just do a slight outline of it. And her eyes are black. She does not have any color to her eye. So we'll just do plain black with her eye. And I mean, if you were doing like an anime character, you wouldn't use pure black unless you're going for a very dark scene. You tend to use like a little bit of off gray. But with a character like this, I'm gonna go ahead and deselect. That's more of American traditional animation style. You have, and I hate calling it American traditional style. It is a simplistic, and the reason I hate calling it that, Disney kind of brought animation to the forefront with, like we said earlier, Snow White. Snow White is by no means simple and complex, or simple in art. It is a very complex, artistically drawn scene. The characters are very, human and have softer tones throughout them. So it's a very different look and feel. This is more your traditional cartoon short color. In fact, let's I'm gonna put a little bit of black in the mouth here to be sort of that you're really hearing her laugh moment. So we'll do, and I can see I got something to fix there with the teeth, so we can fix that. Because while she has crooked teeth, she still has white teeth. So we're not going the Grinch as Chuck Jones drew them. Yellowishy brown teeth. And you're hearing a fairly new song with Spoiled Apples from Witchin'. Representing the Wansdales and their personality, because they're very much the story's villains. There are other villains, but they're very much the main villains of the story. Damn it, there's something broken. Where is that broken? I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay. That's right here. Okay, we gotta do the freckles in a moment here. I do also want to fix this little node here, and I mean, we're getting our base. I'm still going to add a shadow to her. That's so appropriate. I do see that her earlobes are colored, so we're going to try and do those as well. So, and I'm going to probably use a color similar to the freckles and the skin tone for shadow. So we need to make sure this is not touching into black, so I want to make sure that's the case. This one is not, so I can easily do those changes. Okay, We add the skin tone on the legs. We got black for the shoe. I do know that. So let's do the black. Gotta finish the hair too. Okay, now we need to add the same color for the ribbon is the same color for the skirt. Inside and out is going to get the same treatment. And then we're going to get the lighter blue that is on the skirt and the socks. So I'm going to move the drawing so I can get the socks better than I can with the skirt down here. If I can, come on. Oh no. Oh, I've got it locked. That's why. Alright, move the drawing down here. There's our color. Go back to our drawing. I'll go ahead and lock this one again so I don't mess it up. And something's open. Okay. That one's fine. Okay, I see exactly where our opening is. We'll fix that. And now we need to do the plaid. I'm going to do this side first, and then we'll do the inside after. And we're just going to do, I'm going to bring my tip up to a 30. So I can get a nice, well, no, let's go up to 50, honestly. So I can get a nice thick line. And we're just going to kind of, it looks like it's 3 up, 3 down. So, let me, because they're unsteady curves there, let me, wait. Damn it. Select, reselect. Redo. What we're and so we're going to do the same with the interior, but the interior is going to go a little bit differently. The curve will be inward. So, and we'll still see the 3 weights down. Okay, don't need the color, don't need the reference anymore, so we got that. We're gonna get rid of that. I am gonna try and stretch this foot a little bit. Select, deselect, and we're just gonna do it the traditional way of, or the quick way of doing it. But I need to get the right selection option if it'll give it to me. There we go. We're just going to kind of cut it right there and move it to the side. And select, deselect. Let's grab our black pen, returning the tip back to 20. This is one I'm going to flip so I can get to it a little bit better. Makes the feet a little more even that way. Now, I think in order to portray this, we're going to be doing a little bit of a curve behind her. So we're going to start doing our background now.
There's a wand in my hand, but it's useless today. Theodore's gone and it's making me fray. But who's this girl with his laugh and his coat? She's stealing his life like it's some kind of joke. Oh, Eda.
Now let's do it the opposite. Let's do the opposite curve. So she's gonna be going. It's gonna be going down. So she's like kind of overlooking us and sort of lording over us in the view. Like I said, I'm gonna try and do a shade a little bit with her. I'm hesitant on the shade now that I think about it, because she's very flat character, color wise. There's no hues and shadows. It's very flat. It's very monotone color. But I'm gonna to accentuate her as a villain. We're definitely making the majority of the background orange. A burnt orange in this case to kind of help her pop. I can see I didn't touch her teeth, which now we know we need to go back and do the teeth. Oh. So yeah, me talking about the contest earlier. The other option for the romance, Theodore and Ryland. Character Ryland has not appeared yet in the comic. People know about him. They've seen him. I've drawn him out, but we hadn't even done this button either. The character has yet to appear in the comic, and so it'd be more of a comedic love story if I do that. First love. I'm gonna kind of, let's see, we're gonna add sort of dark clouds over. So this burnt orange is gonna help bring in, maybe we'll go with like a dark green cloud. Let me see if I got a good brush for clouds. This might work. Definitely make it thicker. And particle size up, definitely. So, up. Doing that wrong layer. So, kind of bring in these green clouds. Want to have these contrasting colors on her. And really need to darken the sky. So we'll do a little bit of green to gray to maybe add a little bit of purple hue in the clouds, but we still want to have a little bit of a Halo-esque play on the character. So we're going to add a little texture to this green cloud, sickly green. Bring in the purple a bit so you have the contrasting sort of color to make it look more like cloud. And since we last aired, I do have the Ghibli brush again. So I did it for some reason I didn't have it downloaded appropriately at the time, so I don't know what went on there. You guys can't see. I think that actually, did I just draw that over the freaking line? I did, didn't I? Oh well, we'll work on it. We'll go to more of like a brighter green up here. and work to a white a bit here. Gray and white here. So maybe do a little bit. Gray blend. You can hear me tapping the pen. Literally, that's all I'm doing. And the brush is just like that. That's the actual brush. So it's like just a little. If you were to do this painterly and not have the character here, that's what you would do. You'd kind of just tap the pen or tap your brush. But the point is to kind of bring in these sort of evil-looking clouds. With hues of green and purple in there, and doing a very additive painterly approach. Additive approach. So if you were to talk about, using actual tools, an additive paint is a acrylic paint or an oil paint. You're adding to the canvas. You're adding the color on top. A watercolor is more, I'd like to say subtractive, but it's more of a delicate touch when you do with watercolor. It's whatever color you put underneath is going to blend in with the other color. So you want to use the canvas color, which is usually white for watercolor, and build out. You don't want to have to add in white. Because white watercolor never really comes out white. It's gonna be a problem. But you can add with oil and acrylics. You can add those colors, and with digital, it doesn't matter. I mean, digital you can get those. You can add watercolor on top, but it's still gonna act weird. You're just gonna have to do layers. And what we've done is we don't. People are like, oh well, we need to see your layers. We need to see your layers on a lot of things. I can show you the layers. We are literally dealing with about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 layers. Technically, we have 2 other layers. One's a reference and one's a blank for some reason. And then there's the blank canvas, which is a 7th layer. So that's how many layers I'm doing on this drawing. The character's all on one layer. I know a lot of people do. If they're going to do a character, they'll do multiple layers with the character overhead. But we kind of want to have sort of this sinister. I almost want to do a lighter color underneath, but I need to kind of do darkness a little bit. So let's actually bring this muddy gray. I need to bring the color down too, because you see I'm losing this shoe with bringing in the darkness here. So we're going to do some purple and green down there. My voice is cracking a little bit because it's a little tired. But and while I have, and I'll show the brushes. While I have lightning brushes that give me a lightning effect, and I use those brushes for lightning magic or lightning effects, where I'm going to show electricity. Here I'm going to try and draw it. So I'm going to show you how to draw a bolt, electric bolt. But yeah, just kind of really wanted these clouds to be dark and ominous overhead. But we'll do, like I said, I needed to do the back curve in the background, so we're gonna do that. We'll just do, this will help bring the shoes out a bit. But oh, I see why that's not a viable layer. There we go. Okay. And, okay, so we're going to do some lightning effects. So I'm going to do a couple layers. I'm going to show first, like the pen, because we've still got a few minutes. And we're going to go over, I know we're going to go over, so I'm not problematic with it. So I'm actually keep most of my lightning effects in the magic category, because I have characters that use lightning. And then I have lightning brushes, so it's like, that's a lightning brush right there. Or this. Now, to do that effect, buy a pen. Or to get kind of that effect, you kind of want to stagnate your effect. So, the key thing with lightning is, one, you always kind of want to branch it off. But you want to kind of be squiggly. Now you can do the more cartoony lightning bolt, which is, you know, this sort of zigzag. But I want to kind of show evil, so we're going to do a more traditional lightning bolts going on behind her. So. And I could add color into this. I could put like a little bit of blue or yellow, or even do an overlay with glow. And if we wanted to kind of do this sort of like dual lightning, you just come back over and you kind of just do that. It's a good sort of freehand thing you can do. It's not a difficult technique to do a lightning bolt. Reason I keep them on hand though for the comic, it just helps to be like, okay, well, you know, in order to do this effect, and it's like I really need to quickly pull out a lightning brush or a lightning attack, and I could spend, you know, 15-20 minutes drawing it out and whatnot. Sometimes it's just better to just quickly have a quick way to just spit it out. Especially in comic work and animation, where you really have limited time to do something. So yeah, give her a little bit of a villain look. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take this, I'm going to duplicate it. We're going to fade it a little bit. Where's the... Oh, no, that's the duplicate. We're going to take that duplicate layer. I'm going to hide it for a moment. We're going to fade this one. And then the layer we're going over, we're going to add glow. So it gives a more bright white to it. But yeah. There we go. So, as per request by Krizatan, 1989, they wanted us to draw Amanda Killian from Bunsen is the Beast. I couldn't think of a better villain pose for this character. It's the sinister laugh with lightning behind. I think it's too inviting. Normally we do these for 2 hours. This one we're doing at 1 because it's simple. It's very simple. They asked us to draw the character. That's what we did. And like I said, we're doing 2 tonight. We're doing 2 for one good reason. It's time to say goodbye to the legend that is Galgura. Galgura, for those who don't know, if you talk about VTubers, Galgura is going to be in the discussion, because Gal is the epitome of what a VTuber is. Gura is, I mean, for somebody who's just genuinely funny and has the simple one-liners here and there. I mean, she was introduced by simply going, ah. And I mean, that was when she was supposed to stream. She appeared a little early, and she was just like, ah. And that it sold her. That and her cuteness. And I said we'd cover a little bit of this. So, one of the controversies with Gura, and Gura herself, there's to my knowledge, no controversy of Gura herself. The controversy is more people's opinions on Gura. Did I do this on this layer? No, I did not. Okay, did I do it on this layer? What layer do I have Gura on? There it is. Okay. I have two. Okay, I did do the face one on the same layer as the drawing. That sucks. That I'm just gonna go ahead and remove. We'll just blow up the production image. So for me to say goodbye, it's like I wanted to show a smiling, crying shark, because she's a shark. She's a shark. So we're gonna do a smiling, crying shark with Gura overlooking and giving us a smile, and just acknowledging the cute petite. And when we talk about Gura and the hate she gets, the concept is more Gura and the Lolicon haters and Lolicon issue. And yeah, Lolicon is a thing. Is Gura Lolicon? No. She could be interpreted as Lolly, but I'll throw Iron Mouse in it because she's also very petite. They're petite individuals. They're small. They're actually small human beings. I don't know what Gura's stated height is, but I know Mousie's in the 4s. She's not a midget, but she's petite. She's on the lower end of petite to, midget size. And height and in culture, and both of them have these really high-pitched voice. Although I watched the thing on Iron Mouse, and Iron Mouse was watching this, and that's kind of why I was watching it. On her voice, while it's high pitch, it's got a little harder gravel in it, and so she can hit those notes that I cannot get my voice to, because I cannot get those high voices. And I'm sure Gura could too. But Gura's got a very nasally voice to her with so her voice isn't so much high, but it's more a nasally, a little bit like this, and tight kind of voice. So when we think of Gura, she's this very small, and notably her VTuber is small, and it's because she in real life is small, and she wanted a small character. She wanted her character to be small and petite, and she didn't want to put away the concept that she is a petite person in real life. Like I said, I don't know what her actual height is. I've never met Gura. I've never talked to Gura. But everything I've seen and all the videos I've seen, she's a lovable, perfectly timed comedian. I will give her that. She's got a real good sense of timing as a comedian. And why it's really hard to say goodbye to her is she literally is one of the biggest names in VTubing total. Last year, she was invited to sing Take Me Out the Ball Game in the 7th inning stretch of the Dodgers. She, you're talking about like someone who lives her life as this cute yet funny individual, and there's gonna be times she can't do anything, and she's been on breaks before. She's had to take breaks, but now, we don't know what's going on with Hololive, but there's definitely something going on with the talent, because Gura is the 5th person to leave in the last year, 6 months from them, and then they've since have fired one. So I think so. I mean, there's a difference between graduating and terminating. Graduating is you leave on your terms. So you get to leave on your terms. It's basically quitting. But you're leaving on your terms. You're not really going out with it, just disappearing, which is what they kind of do. If you're not graduating, you're kind of just disappearing. But I kind of wanted to give her a nice send-off and do a happy little Gura drawing, because that's the way we remember her, that she's a very cute, happy, simplistic, but very good comedic timing individual with a decent singing voice. I mean, I have no singing voice. We've proven that on this stream. We've proven it on other streams. I have no singing voice. But I wanted to do this little farewell for Gura, since she is leaving, I think, in a few days. Literally, I think she's gone by the 1st. I could be wrong. It could be, another point close to the beginning of May. But she is leaving at this point. They've already done a farewell video that dropped yesterday. With Hololive, with the rest of the members that are still there. So Maria Calliope, we've got Eno, and we have Coney. It's been a while since I've watched them, but personally, and correct me, I'm going by this by memory. I don't have any of the characters' names or anything in front of me. I just know Gura, and it's like, hey, Gura is the most beloved. She's lighthearted, she's enjoyable, and she's comedic. And comedy, I feel, gets you further than the music. You can have some amazing voice talents in singing. I mean, again, we'll use Iron Mouse as an example. She's got an amazing voice because she's been trained as an opera singer in the past. But Gura's got some great comedic timing, and even if she didn't do VTubing, I think if she would be willing to get, out publicly showing her real face, not saying she needs to, but I think she could be a decent comedian. I do think she could. It'd be even better if she had a, comedic partner to work with, but I do feel she's a decent comedian with her story telling and her nature and how she acts. It's perfect, and whatever she does, it does look like she may be coming to ND VTubing, or we don't know. Her popularity will allow her to do a lot of things because she likely has, a nice nest egg to do something. If she wants to continue doing VTubing, just not with the company. And like I said earlier, we said Fauna from Hololive's council members. Gura's of Hololive Myth culture, and they were the first group of the English VTubers out there, and so that was their name, their group organization is Mori Calliope, Mori Calliope, and whatnot. But sorry, Mori. For some reason my brain blocked on it. I do like Mori's music a bit. Mori is a music, personality. She's very much was into music. She's doing music. She's got a big name for her music. That's basically what she does as a streamer. Eno's an artist of Myth, so she does art, and she's a very talented artist. Kagurumi and Gura are very much comedic talent. Amelia Watson was sort of the same. She was also a member, but she resigned to be behind the scenes. I would be curious. I haven't paid attention to, if she's stated anything with HoloLive on what she feels is going on. But, I mean, you're under contract. You're under NDAs when you're doing that kind of stuff. So we're not going to learn it directly from them until, like, the NDAs drop for them. So, I mean, more than likely we'd hear it from Fauna first. Because I think her, there's another one, I forget her name. The people that have had a longer time for their NDAs to kind of fade, they can talk about them. But there's certain things they still cannot talk about afterwards. I kind of need to make sure I'm doing the hood right. So kind of just doing my interpretation of Gura's outfit. And I mean, it shows. To do VTubing, you kind of need to have a little bit of showmanship to really succeed. So it definitely helps if you have that showmanship. And in the case of Gura, she's, like I said, very comedic timing person. But she also can, she can do some other things. And we don't know what's going on with behind the scenes fully with her. So we can't really say, hey, we need to do this. Did this freeze up again? Good lord, I hate it when it does this. Son of a bitch. Alright. Confirm changes. Save. 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 So, when, issue comes out, and in the case of Gura, the anti-lolicon, the people that are like, oh, they're lolly, so therefore they are pedophiles. And it's a very dumb thing. And it's like, you clearly have a love for a child, because this is clearly a child. And it's like, no. There are petite people. They exist. They can be adults. You can have a 90-year-old petite woman that's smaller than, a normal woman. Age doesn't factor in always to size. Okay? Or build. It doesn't matter. And a petite-looking individual, like in the case of Gura, or like in the case with Mouse, both of them are petite, and their models are petite, but they're not children. I mean, for God's sake, lolly does not mean child. And what's worse, and this drove me insane over last week, is there was reports that people are coming out and starting to say all anime is lolly. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And there were pictures of clearly adult women drawn in anime. And they're like, oh, no, these are children. It's like, no, they aren't. They're fictional characters, most of them even beyond the age of consent. Well beyond. I mean, they were showing anime-drawn business women with big old boobies hanging out, or, hanging out and about, and they're like, these are children. No, they're not. When you draw these characters, you're not drawing them as children. You're drawing them as adults. And it's absurd how these groups came out. But they attacked Gura for being a child. And for people liking Gura because she's a child, it's like, no, she's an adult. She is a full-grown adult. She's petite, but she's an adult. The character's petite, but she's an adult. And it's just the absurdity that people associate. And they're like, well, because you like this petite individual or you like this cute model, therefore you're a pedophile. And it's like, no. And the absurdity of making it so severe to the point now where they're like, oh, well, you know, any anime character is a child. Any anime character is a child. And that's absurd. That's freaking absurd. You can't have any animated character, period, to ever like or enjoy as a friend or have interest in drawing because they're a child, in that opinion. And the main people that do this are people that are just pissed off and jealous of their success of these VTubers. And it really is. And the jealousy just, it's ugly. It gets ugly. And ever since Gura announced, there were some people I've seen cheering on that she's gone, and finally be like, oh, now they got no one to really be this way with it. And it's like, you sound like a freaking child. You sound more like a child than you're claiming this person to be, because you're sitting there and celebrating, you know, someone dropping their career and retiring from their career of success because you have a bone to pick, because you're jealous of their success. It's absurd. It really is. And that kind of stuff just really pisses me off. That people are out there and saying, that's the reason why she succeeds, is people just like it because they're pedophiles. It's absurd. It's absurd. It's like they've never heard of a petite woman before. They've never heard of a petite individual. It's just insanity. It really is. I'm going to treat the coloring on this a bit differently than I normally would. So we're going to do some specialized coloring in here. I think I'm going to use some watercolors in this, which is what is going to be a little more difficult. So what I want to kind of do is draw out the character as I have them set up to be. And see, this is a very simplistic character, but with great detail. And just the little things like the fish bone here that is on here. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then this tail on the end of her jacket hood. You know, just those little notations are very unique, but very, at the very time, very, you know, it really denotes the character. So it helps bring out Gura and her personality. And this is her original look. And now, I mean, they've gone more advanced with time and more advanced technology in the outfits. And we're going to have to, I just realized I got to do, even though we did that, we're going to kind of have to note that on the side, because this is supposed to be the sleeve right here. She's supposed to be on the side looking here, so we're going to kind of do some folds to have her bring in the shoulder of her outfit. Bring this over, kind of just do a nice straight drawing here. And just, yeah, I mean, out of the VTubers I like to watch, if I watch them at all, because, yeah, it's a matter of time and watching things, I will watch Mouse and I will watch Gura at times. And it's simply because Gura is entertaining, Mouse is entertaining. It's an entertainment concept. It's, yeah, the VTubers help with, you know, anxiety issues, help, you know, portray characters in a way that couldn't be portrayed in real life. Brings out, you know, the people who love anime to have reasons to love it. And so it's just nice little ways and nods to kind of bring in character to their personality. But the key and the reason why someone like Gura is so successful is it's not just the model, it's the person. And to have someone as very sweet, kind, and at the same time funny as Gura, it's so rare. It's so rare. And that's why she's going to be missed. That's why people love seeing her and are hating to see her leave us. But like I said, there's hints that she's going to be returning in some capacity, just not with Hololive. So okay, I gotta do the ear fin thing here of the hood, and I gotta do another one over here. But yeah, I mean, you want to be successful in VTubing, you want to do the right thing. It comes down to being entertaining. You need to be entertaining. And I'm gonna flat out say it. I'm not that entertaining. I don't find myself that entertaining. You know, people can disagree with me on that. Please disagree with me on that. It's me being very self-detrimental, but at the same time, I know where my skills lie, and I'm not this huge, you know, joke teller. I'm not this huge. I'm not a singer in any sense of the means. I'm not somebody who will sit and read these complex scripts or, you know, have the comedic timing down. Personally, I have to train that stuff in me, and so while I'll tell stories here and I'll, you know, do, you know, this very stream we cover topics, you know, based off of the news or based off of something that's happening in the world. It's very much an element of the world through my viewpoint, and that's just me being as real as I can. So I mean, all I can do is come on here and be authentic, and for me, that's what I can do. You know, y'all can find something entertaining. Some people find me funny, and in real life, I've been told, but I don't get my own humor. I really don't. It's like people are laughing. I was like, huh? Did I say something funny? And I mean, that's probably one of those areas of me being oblivious in my own life. And I talked about it before, and that's the way with me with dating. I've had people literally hit on me, and people have told me, it's like, hey, they hit on you. And I was like, what? I got hit on? It's like, what? I didn't know I was getting hit on. It's like, I just know that I was just being me. And I feel if I be like me, and people accept that, and people like that, and people come here and continue to watch me, then I'm in good shape. That's all I can be, is just be me. If you want to see more, hey, just let me know. You know, hey, I leave this open always for people's interpretations. You want to tell me I suck? Go ahead. It won't be something new, and it's not going to break my heart. You You want to tell me I can't draw? Well, I mean, that's more up for debate. I mean, I got a degree that says I can, but okay. I can take the hint, you know. But I mean, I do have viewerships on that and numbers on that, so it does say something there. So it's a bit harder to go with that concept. But I mean, yeah, people can do that. If you want to tell me my stories suck, that's fine. I don't care. I've come to the point of being old enough to be like, I don't give a crap about what people think of me. I really don't. And especially being trans and trying to get a job and have a regular work life, I have to have that attitude. Because if I don't, I'm gonna get upset, and I'm gonna get to be a person who lives by victimhood, and it's just too flippin' easy. I need to kind of fix that pocket a little bit. So it's just too easy to just fall that wayside. I can do the fishbone here. I can do that. We'll put the fishbone right in here. So we'll do the little fishbone. There, and then we'll add, she has shorts, so I'm just gonna put a little quick short there, leg here, and just kind of nod here, and just do a nice one there. I'm gonna kind of zoom out here. We do need to color Gura for this drawing, so I do need to go through with colors with her, but the background's gonna be watercolor, the shark's gonna be watercolor, so I do need to kind of get the colors for Gura herself on here. Now there's more to her jacket that goes with gradients, so we're gonna have to come back, but I want to do the blues first. And we definitely need to add the rosiness to her cheeks because it's Gura. It's Gura. It's very. She's got the person who designed it. I mean, congratulations. You have a very, very good item in your portfolio, because this. She conveys happiness. She conveys, you know, cheerfulness as a model, and that's what she is. So I mean, it's that design is exactly what it should be for Gura. It's the happy, cheerful little girl concept that, and I'm kind of touching upon a little bit of the area for that the lolly people will attack her on, but it's more, that's the personality, that's sort of how she is. She's supposed to have that cheerful look to her. If you design a character, you know, you want to design their personality in the design. So if I were to design somebody who's very stern, I want to have a, you know, strong look in the eye, strong look in the face. But if you have somebody who's really happy, you want to have them to have sort of this natural smile. I mean, we did it with I. We have this natural smile. And it's very easy for VTubers to have a natural smile, but they added the warmth with the cheeks that really make Gura, and the design. And why did I freaking do that? So when we bring out Gura through the design, we kind of want to bring out the hair a little bit, but we also need to make sure we're bringing out the personality in Gura, and that's key to show her. And I want to make sure I've got the right tone. She's kind of got an off-white hair color. So I'm going to go over the white I've added with that off-white. And see, we went too far there with on the outside. That still too far. Something's open that I'm not hitting. Maybe right here and right here, maybe. The reason I don't sort of do this so more open in here, it's such a pain in the ass when sketching a character. And doing it for a comic, because it's like, okay, I need to close it off. I need to, you know, make sure the scene is appearing for a comic. But for character illustration, it's doable. And it's usable. For character design, it's doable. But when you're doing an animation or you're doing a comic, the open-ended hair kind of is a problem. And see, we have an opening spot that I didn't catch. So I need to find where that opening spot is. I do see another point with the hair. Okay, this is probably our opening spots, but we'll try and do that. Make sure there's no opening spots into the white, because there's going to be a contrast of the white and the gray of the suit and the hair. So okay, does her eyebrows are disappear, so we want to make sure we disappear the eyebrows under the hair. Sometimes people have the hair out, sometimes they don't, so we want to make sure her hair is disappeared. We want to put flesh there, tone, and definitely add in the hair color on this side. That's closed. That's closed. The rest of this should be closed. So, see, we had an opening. I didn't catch it. See, there's me again. Okay, now we're add the white of the rest of the suit. Up. Gotta fix that hairline in there. For people wondering also why Gura has this sort of little gap in her outfit, it's just the way the VTubers work, because you segment the head from the body, and it's segmented in a way that when you have this sort of build, and I'm going to kind of fix it because it's a little off here, the neck is sort of a connecting piece when you deal with the model, so my head moves individually from the body. If I had a better VTubing program or had the technology, I could get the arms and the body to move separately. It's just a matter of, hard work and a lot of money. A lot of money and time. So And that's sort of why she has this little notch here in her outfit that goes to her regular clothes, or to her clothes underneath, but she has a moment of skin tone here. And see, I need to fix the neck part here. So we're going to do that. And she's got a little, let's bring the figure out a little bit here so I can get the colors. She's got this little grayish shirt under these, because I can imagine this is probably done, the original model was probably done in V-Ray, which is the same program we use here, or something similar. The issue being is they have this sort of jacket that if you design it differently, I have a jacket for eye designed that I can pop out now and then if I wanted to. That's wrong layer completely there. That I can bring out, and you'd see the segmentation. You don't see it really on this outfit because I designed it, took a shirt and design and really tore at it with transparencies and movement and whatnot to design it to be more of a punk look in the design overall. So that's kind of why I have the punk look. Well, that and I come from the 90s and 80s where punk was the thing. Let's see here. I need to probably thin this up here. So we need to do something a little bit more. Bring a little bit more of her head in here, and then gray that, dark gray that. We're gonna be messing with the Gura drawing here for a bit. That's why I said, hey, this is gonna go long. This is going over past midnight. Because the back drawing is going to require some painterly stuff that I haven't done in years. Appropriately in years, let's put it that way. So we're going to do the neck. I'm still going to have that hair, but I kind of want to fix this a little bit here. Yep, that is way too thick. It's still a 20, but for some reason it was coming in thick. Alright, I know she's got some blue streaks in her hair, but we're gonna focus on getting the teeth of the suit a little bit right. We're gonna focus on trying to get the outfit right a bit here. Well, hold on. Just there. Let's just do that. And clean this up a bit. We'll do second tooth here. Just to kind of bring out this character a little bit better. Plus, I had way thickened her bangs. There. Someone who's only drawn her once before. And that was a quick freehand sketch drawing. It's kind of hard to portray her, properly as she's looking up like this. Again, we got a little bit of an up look, so she's got a little bit of that chin showing. Like the earlier drawing, we had a little bit of the chin. Just want to make sure we contain her cuteness or sweetness in the drawing, because that's what makes Gura Gura. She has that sweet, innocent, kind of stupid. I mean, she plays the stupid idiot. I don't know if it's a play or if it's actually, or she's actually that dumb. She says she's that dumb on streams, but I don't know. She seems to be very level-headed, at least. in some sense of the word, but hey. Well, oh, we don't really get the tongue here. I kind of wanted to give her an face, her, you know, her stereotypical face that made her famous. So, start with the dark, work our way down with the eyes. Bring out the hand. This hand needs to be smaller. It's definitely out of proportion. So we'll bring this in. There we go. That line's better for that hand. I'll even kind of make the curve go a little bit that way for the outfit. Definitely want so that white with a little bit of off-white in the pocket down here. So we'll start with the white and we'll bring out the off-white. Oh. Got a small area of blue to hit. Touch up the fish later. But I want to make sure I get the lines here properly. Alright, and we'll do a little bit of the off-white. So, in this case, we do kind of want to make this more like a circle, so I kind of need to bring in, and we'll soften this a bit in a minute. But I need to bring this inward, and we'll bring this color around. Okay. I can't really see her shorts, but I do know they're white or off-white, and I'm gonna go with the off-white here because they'd be shaded from the outfit, the way it would fall. And we want to get her skin tone on the legs. Let's get the dark under her hair so we can get that fixed up over there. And we can fix up the mess I have back here. Kind of surprised the music stayed with us this entire time. It was going off constantly on Sunday stream. I don't know why Sunday stream was giving it so much trouble. I'm going to try and fix the music on the Sunday stream. And we will see. I will play by ear if I have enough time to do an Oblivion stream this week. Remaster. The main issue, I want to make it funny. I want to make it funny, so I need to, play out what would be a more comedic role. We'll, of course, create a very odd character look live on the stream to do, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, definitely want to have a more funny look for it. So let's add the color here. some artists will come out and be like, you're doing this wrong. You're doing this all on one layer. It's like, that's the way I work. That really is how I work. Because I'm used to using pen and paper. It literally is. It comes from me using pen and paper all the time on how to draw. And it's like, yeah, we just do pen and paper. Should I bring in? Yeah, I'll bring in a little bit of the neck tassel, and just so it shows it's there, even though it's not gonna, you're not gonna see the lower half of it because it's covered by the sleeve. All right, we definitely need to take the blue in the hair, so we'll definitely have some blue hair right here. Go down there. Blue streak over here. Blue streak over here. Like I said, the designer of Gura's design is, pats on the back, man. It conveys the shark, but at the same time, it conveys, a very unique and happy-go-lucky person. That it matches Gura's personality. Other reason we do the, if doing the Oblivion, I don't want to make it a regular thing. We just don't have time. The reason we stopped doing Friday night gaming was because it took too damn long to level up off stream. It really did. It was just a nightmare. I would spend hours upon hours and days sometimes getting the level we need to be for a stream. And so, I'll do one-offs now and then. Maybe. That's maybe the concept. But it's literally going to be... we need to plan things a little bit better so I can get artwork out and streams out appropriately and regular. And so I don't make myself sick. Because with my gastroparesis, it's going to make me sick if I work too much like this. Sitting for long hours doing artwork or even doing gaming streams, and the gaming streams require me to spend all freaking hours. The Final Fantasy game playthroughs that we were doing for Rebirth, I would spend a day sometimes doing the leveling for, and I don't mean like 8 hours, I mean like 10 to 12 hours at times. And then there was times with the Stardew Valley streams. We still do the Stardew Valley, but the Stardew Valley testing streams, I even announced that, I'm no longer doing testing and a lot of the mods. So I don't know if they're working until you see them on stream. And the reason being is it just takes too much time to run through, because it'd be like, oh, well, this occurs on this date in the schedule, and so I have to be ahead of the schedule that we get on a 5 to 6 hour stream each week. And it's like, I can't do that each week and expect to be, not have time, or to sacrifice my time for art and all this other stuff. And when I have, 2,000, 3,000 people that hang on expecting a comic strip each week or something new content-wise, it's like, okay, I can't sacrifice what people are expecting from me regularly to just, give up and fart around on video games all day. If that was my job, that'd be fine, but it's not my job. And so that's why video games have gone away from us too much on the stream. We do Stardew Valley because it's easier to enjoy and relax to, and we do it on Sunday for that reason. We were trying to do some older games, but glitching and all that has been an issue. Sometimes without even mods, like in the case of Chrono Trigger. We stopped that because it literally glitched on the game as it was released, and it's like, okay, can't do that. So, but yeah, I might do an Oblivion. It literally is going to be how I feel on Friday or Thursday of this week. If it's going to happen, it's going to be one of those 2 days. Because tomorrow is pretty much spoken for the videos, because we're gonna do this and we gotta do 2 videos with release, and I've got to work some more on comics, including starting the One Piece comic for the month. So it's important to kind of make sure I have those elements available. I still need to do her tail too. I haven't even done her tail. I can't believe I've completely left off her tail. It's one of her character's characteristics. But yeah, I mean, it's... there are elements I do want to portray in the that I would love that if I had time, if I had somebody else managing things, that I would do. But because, like I said earlier, I'm my own manager, I'm my own creator. So if you see something in our streams, if you see, design in the backgrounds, stream setups, me doing audio, it's all me. It's all my creations. The songs you're hearing, I've written the songs. AI is performing them, but I've written the songs. And it's not to be like egotistical or whatnot. It's just like I don't have the money or time or effort to give other people the work. And as an independent creator, it's like, okay, I can't just go to somebody else and be like, I want you to create this and, do this off of this, and this. If I had the money or the time, I'd do it. But, I really don't. And considering I help other people out with their content, comic-wise or story-wise or film-wise, and it's important to kind of get the nature of them done so properly. And I want my comic work to start looking better and better and be impressive, and that's the key. Same with illustration work. So I mean, when I release this movie poster, I want it to be, even though it's going to be independent, and me posting it'll probably have more people see it than the video itself, but it's a way to convey, hey, this is me being professional. This is me having a concept in here. Okay, I see. It's not that. They're stitches. That's what's on that tail. So I need to make those thinner. So we're going to go like that, and we'll do the cross stitch one on there. Little nodes in the outfit and the design. So definitely need to put the sort of sea green-esque gray stitches here.
Woke up at dawn, grabbed my rusty hoe, headed to the farm where the parsnips grow. Grandpa left the letter, said this land's my fate. Now I'm swinging at rocks till I renovate.
And I might not do Stardew Valley all the time. I Sunday's stream, especially Stardew, it's just people enjoy it a little bit more. We get decent sized audience for it. So I'm like, okay, we're just gonna keep up with Stardew as long as the audience is there. If the audience goes down to like 5 each episode, I might switch it out, you know. But right now it's, you know, decent numbers for my stream, for my numbers. So I mean, it's okay. We're gonna keep doing it this way.
Fishing in the river, caught boots not based. Turns out old Willie's laughing, I'm out of class. Oh, Stardew life is sweet like jam. Milking my cow while I befriend a lamb. Planting my seeds under skies of blue. This farm life's bonkers, but it's all I wanna do.
Okay, I see hair that we haven't done. Let's.
Falling for Abigail, she ate my quartz. Poor Shane's drinking sadness, he's out of sorts. The townsfolk are weird, but
So I'm all for adding different content to the stream. It's just it really, it's a matter of time. Time to prep, time to do the work that needs to be involved in that stream, and making sure that we're committing good content. And that's why we chose Dribble Draw over continuing with Dining and Doodles. Dining and Doodles had one thing going for it. Dribble Draw, we have multiple things, and just by adding Dining and Doodles functionality with the requests or the added art in this case, it gives a nice little nod to, you know, hey, there's other ways to do art and there's good ways to bring out stuff. So let's.
My smile falls, it hits the ground. Your eyes light up when she walks by. But I see the truth, oh, I'm your guy. She calls you sweet. You're lost in pink, but I'm the one who knows you stink. I held your hair when you got sick. She can't do that with her perfect tricks.
Another rejected witching song.
She's stealing my time. She's stealing my view. Does she know I'd bake a cake for you? Don't need her smirk, her hair's a mess. I'm your best friend and your love confess. She sends her text with hearts in suits. I write full novels, unsent truth. She'll make you lunch, store-bought and flat, while I've been perfecting grilled cheese tact. Do you see her shadow cast my way? It's cold and dark, won't you make her delay? She won't climb trees or jump that creek. I dare you find one other tucked in this unique. She's stealing my time, she's stealing my view.
Okay, this is gonna be more of a interesting. Oh, it's too big. Moment of light and shadow. So we're gonna do. I'm gonna start with light because I want to do the shadow over it. And I keep going way too high. It's like I want something medium grade. There we go. Well, no, we need to do a little more compactful. So let's go with a hard brush, same number, same size, about.
Does she know I'd bake a cake
Nope,
for
too
you?
far, too far.
Don't need her smug smirk, her hair's a mess. I'm your best friend and your love.
And we'll do a little bit of a darker tone. So, I mean, I've recently learned some people don't like people doing sampling from originals. I don't understand why. if you're drawing something based off of, you know, a character or an established IP, it makes sense to use the color palette. And this drawing here of Gura is from her spec sheet. So I mean, this is her official palette. So we're using her official palette to bring her out to life in this drawing. Okay, I'm actually going to hide Gura now. That drawing of Gura, we're going to deselect, and we're going to try and bring out this shark here, so we can actually even fade Gura for a bit here while we do this. I do need to still do the cheeks though for her. But I kind of want to make sure I'm giving the shark credibility here. We're going to do a layer under a layer. So like I said, I wanted the shark to have... I wanted to make it a realistic looking shark over her companion Sharky, I believe. But at the same time, I kind of want to give it a little bit of a human-esque personality. So we're doing a slightly exaggerated cartoon, great white. Shark. You can kind of see I'm still drawing it underneath the layer, underneath Gura. So we can bring it to life in portion, essentially.
She thought freedom could begin. Lost in the sorrow of each silent tear.
It's just a choice to do a shark. I was just like, she's a shark VTuber. Let's give her a shark. And kind of make it look like she's standing in an aquarium with this shark around her. But the shark's got a nice grin and happiness about him from looking at the VTuber. And we're going to make the shark cry a little. So. And those consummate V's. Consummate. Yeah, I'm using a little... Homestar Runner at this point, yeah, it was a nice little thing early in YouTube. And, well, I mean, early in the days of before YouTube. They released their latest... video for the year. I think they only do one nowadays. And they were honoring it was their 25th anniversary, and it's like, God, it's been around for 25 years. And then I look at my own website, which is going 30. So it's like, ah! It's like, oh crap. So wanted to have a nice little happy moment for Gura with a great white. Just kind of give it a nice sort of little look. Color scheme, I'm gonna have to look up a great white chart to kind of estimate. So I don't even have a reference of a great white. So let's see. I kind of just did it by memory. It's like, okay, this is how I'm gonna do it. Okay, great whites still have nostrils, so we're gonna do nostrils. And I want to see, because I really need to see a lot of these images to do this. I think their fin has a dark splotch at the tip. Yeah, a little bit. So we'll make sure we do this. Let's do here. So I talked about villains earlier. Villain song, right now. Villain song for witches.
Directors and agents all come to me. My signature smile, it's the key to the city. They try to mimic, but no one's close. I own the stage, I am the ultimate host.
And writing a narcissist, because I mean this villain is a narcissist. So I mean it's very much, you know, they're self-praising themselves throughout the song. It's literally what the song is. I was like, I want a villain that's an actor slash narcissist, to the point of toxicity nature. And so how do I write them into a song? Well, I mean, they gotta sing a song about how great they are. That's how you write a good natured song of a villain who's just narcissistic. Too far. Alright, we need to fix that. And then I need to fix these little nubbins. And we add a lighter red in the teeth, or in the gums. Because that's... little rare light red. Why am I? Oh, it's got an opening. That's why. Alright, let's fix that. No. There we go. So, all right, let's make sure we have no openings on the actual shark before we color it in, because it's going to be a large pain in the ass to draw if we have an opening. It kind of looks like an opening right there. So, and we have an opening on the nose. Mouth is fine. Okay. Bring in a tone. It's going to be, believe it or not, it is a sickly green gray. that he's got that goes to a blue-gray. So we're going to start with a sickly green-gray and then move, because it's sort of the medium gray to use. That goes to a blue-gray. And then we'll work our way with the white, because great white has white.
By the willow tree, sunlight sparkled in your eyes. They tell me you're long gone.
So
My heart knows that's a lie.
Whispers in the midnight air say you searched but can't find me.
nope.
I'm
Oh, wait.
not a ghost, love, I'm right here, fighting for our destiny.
So we're going to take that green-gray, go back here, bring it up to aqua gray to do a little bit of a shift in the upper half.
And prove them true. My heart is set on loving you.
Then we're going to take that shift and go to blue.
But in dreams I feel your touch, holding on with all my might.
Doubt casts darkness
And
on
I kind of almost want to darken a little bit more here, because it's not really showing too well.
but I'm
So.
here just out of sight, holding on inside your heart. Our love is bound by chains so strong. In a world that says we're wrong, we'll break those bars and
Okay, they do have a bit of black tip on the tail, so that's where I'm thinking of the black. So we'll go a little bit towards black with this blue, or darker tone, and we'll thin the brush down. So we'll go to, we were at 900, I'm going to go to like a 300 tip. The airbrush. And do a little bit right here on the fin, just to kind of accentuate it a little bit.
But I'm here just out
And then we're going
of
to
sight.
go back to our greenish gray, which is down here. And I'm going to fade that to a white. So keeping, I think, at the 300 probably be best, because the white is more. Why is that? Oh, because it's going, that's why it somehow went from the color to the clear. Alright, so the white comes in a little stronger.
My heart is set on loving you.
But I don't want to give it too much white, because one, it's going to be, we're going to have a color between these two. We're going to do a color effect between, it's going to be a water color effect. But also, I want to make sure that we have the crying effect coming from the shark. In place, so. Get my blender, blend a little bit of this. Make sure I got the right brush. Yep. Let's make it a bit bigger, because it's only at a 20. There we go. deselect. Add. I need a tiny. And I'm actually going to do another layer so I can do this appropriately here.
A scar in the sky rips our time apart.
When you do crying, especially be it in color for anime or if you're gonna do it for comics and manga and black and white, you need to have two colors. You need to have a dark and you need to have a light to kind of give it that real tearful motion here. It just kind of helps convey the tears going through. I really hate that I made this song and the game broke the day we released the song. It's like, ah! Okay. Like I said, there's going to be a layer in between these. So we're now going to put an Aquarian touch. I'm going to do a full aqua. And then we're going to add some technique to it to give it a little bit more texture and feel. And this is where watercolor brushes are come into play. So bring in my watercolor, bring in a little bit of the transparent watercolor if I can bring some effect. We just want to kind of get a little bit of differences in the water, and then I'll do more detail in the background. But I kind of want to get a little bit of lighter colors in here, and we'll kind of bring the shark out a little bit more too. But variety into the, just not a flat color. I don't want a flat color here, so I mean we need to do that. I'm going to do a little bit of white, which will help bring out the shark a bit more. We do need to do a bit of a shadow under Gara from the tank, and we need to do a little highlight on the tank to make it seem like, okay, this is a aquarium tank she's in or on. I kind of just want to, bring a little bit of it and create the seam where it's water and whatnot. Such a good song, and I really hate that I had to not use this song anymore. Give me a remaster. Hey, Square, give me a remaster of freaking Chrono Trigger. For God's sake, man. That's what we need a remaster of. We need a far better remaster of Chrono Trigger. Okay. Layer here. We're going to do the dark aqua as the shadow. For Gura, and we'll transparent this a little well, but we just need to have a little bit of a reflection or shadow that she's casting on the glass. In fact, I'll probably also add a little hint of reflection, if I can, just a hint. There's a quick way to do it. It's a cheap way, but it's a quick way. Kind of want to soften this one because the shadow shouldn't really be that harsh right here. It's just where she's leaning. So there we go. Alright, do a little blending so that the shadow's not as harsh. Why didn't that come up on my freaking screen? I don't know. Okay. do another one where I'm going to add a little bit of highlight to the tank. Let's not do it right on the shark's mouth. Let's do it over here. And those need to be more, add glow with a little fade there. And okay, we need to do a couple layers underneath. And I need to fade the shadow a bit more. Let's see. I'm gonna try and do some quick algae in the background. Sharks wouldn't be too much in algae. I mean, they might use algae. They may. They don't eat it, but they'll definitely use it as concealment, I guess. For that, I'm gonna raise my pen tip, and kind of just like do something like this. And we'll just kind of work our way out with the green. Of course, technically, and I have to state this, there is no great white shark in any tank in the world, and it's because they do not last in captivity. They really do not. They've tried it. They don't succeed. So if you go to an aquarium expecting to find a great white, you will not see one. They do not live in captivity, but like a few hours to days. They're not meant to be encaged. But in this case, we're getting a nice little drawing with it at one anyway, for Gura. Let's add. Do I have bubbles? Should have some bubbles, but do I have bubbles? Maybe under artificial. Yep, there we go. We're going to add a few bubbles in here in the background, but we're going to do that on a different layer. And size-wise, we need to make them notable. I don't know if these are showing. Oh, that's the problem. Okay, they're showing, but they're like really tiny still, so I need to fix that. And I probably should put them actually above the layer. So let's make them larger. Well, they're not very. We'll see if I can get some effect. Okay, you can see them in the light and on the shark, but you can't really see them in the water. Okay, particle size is probably what I need. There we go. There's some bigger ones. We need to do the cheeks. We still haven't done those. They need to be a warm color. In fact, what I'm going to do is try and go back to the reference. To get the right color. And the cheeks. soft definite for that. Probably about no, 700's too big. Let's go with like 300 almost. Still too big, and I might actually want to do a harder brush. There we go. Let's hide reference. Let's put a little message. And this, so.
I'm dropping beats, gonna make your head spot. Riddly, raddly, diddly, daddly, do. I'm the king of nonsense. Got no clue, widdly, waddly, fiddly, faddly air. I'm rapping random words with no care. Wiggly, wobbly, dribbly, drabbly sounds. I'm making up lyrics, going wild and unbound. Jiggly, jabbly, gibberish is my thing. I'm the master of confusion. Listen to me sing.
I don't want to do a, large note there, just something that's like a little sappy little thank you. And I'm going to do one thing left that I don't always do on these streams. I really should do it more, but I don't. And that's I'm going to sign it. I'm going to give my artist signature on there. You don't see me do these too often. I only put it on special pieces these days, but if you ask me to do one in person, it's rare. You gotta find me first. Find me first. Give a little one piece section here. There you go. There is our little thank you to Gura for all that she gave. Let's bring up the art we did already. Let's open the piece we did earlier. I did save it, so it should not be done. If it's not done, I'm gonna be very pissed because I did save it. Where are we? I know I didn't. Okay, there it is. So, again, let's thank our requester, Kirsten, 1989, for giving us this lovely villain drawing that we got to do. We of course showed off some witching today. You guys got to see a little bit of how I go about drawing the pages for witching and bringing out the characters to life. And we got to do a lovely little drawing for thanking Gura, the happiness of VTubing, that we started this stream on such negative and turmoil elements, but we're gonna end it on a happy note. And I think, in turn, for Gura, I thank you all for watching. As always, be the best you can be. I'm gonna state that even harder this time because Sin was not the best she could be. Sin was definitely not the best she could be. But Bao was. Heart reaches out to Bao for her pain. Heart reaches out to Gura for all the joy she's brought. And just be a better person. Just go out there and be a better person of yourself each day. It doesn't mean you have to do some grand, life saving. It means do something more. I went out, washed my car because it needed it. That's something I don't do every day. It's me being a better person. It's selfish, but hey, it needed to be done. And as always, I hope you all have a wonderful evening, a wonderful week, and a wonderful year. I'll see you all again later this week. Night, everybody.
Lights go down streams and thanks for time we spent. Laughs and smiles all through night. With you, it feels just right. Signing off. Don't forget like, comment, sub. Signing off. Ring the bell and show some out. Good vibes, share the fun ride. With you, I'm filled with pride. See you next time, my friend. Our fun, it never ends. Signing off. Don't forget like, comment, sub. Signing off. Ring the bell and show some out. Good vibes, share the fun ride. With you, I'm filled with pride. See you